Hey, Jackie. Hey, West Webb. Starting a little early today. I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta get going on the road. Hey, Junior Shannon. Good morning. I'm just gonna step outside of the truck real quick, do a quick walk around, and then I'll be right back. Hey, everybody. Okay, so you know the drill. Once I get going, I'm not gonna see the chat. I mean, I could leave it on here. Okay, so on my iPad. You know the drill. And I do see the chat a lot easier. I have my iPad over here, and I got my iPhone over there. And on the iPad, I can see the chat, but I really, don't want to be paying attention to this. I just want to pay attention to the road. But anyhow, I see we got Jackie and Wes and Jeannie and Jolie and the Coming Rose just popped in, and so that's cool. So make sure you like and subscribe and hit that share button if you can. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. KO should be coming on, yeah. So I want to get a little bit of an earlier start than usual. It's 8:38 Pacific time. It's actually 9:38 here in Utah, Mountain Time. But I'm going to be going back up into Pacific time zone by the time it'll be later on this afternoon. And I'm pretty much just a Pacific time zone mentality. But yeah, I got to get this load up to Hermiston. Hopefully I can be in between snowstorms. I think it's supposed to start snowing tomorrow, maybe up at least down here, and I think this whole region, we might be getting some snow. I don't know. I didn't really look. I don't know if it's just going to be like, you know, it could be just a little, not even where it doesn't even stick, or it might be a few inches. I didn't really look at that, so I don't know. But hey, Lisa B, haven't seen Lisa B in a while. Thanks for being here. So you guys get to watch the Shaky Cam. I've got the basically the same setup as the other day. I don't think much has changed. But I figure, you know, that's what I got. So that's we're gonna live with for a while. I might try one more thing. I did see. I was at Love's yesterday. I didn't buy it, but I saw that. I guess Night Eyes or whatever it's called, and they had one for like $27. And my arms were kind of full. I just had gotten lunch or something, so I didn't feel like stopping to buy it. But I took a look at it. That one might be the last one that I try if I try another one. You know, another mount. But okay, I just got a message. I was just making sure. I sent a message just to make sure for the next load if they still want me to pick it up, because this load we got behind on because of that. On Monday I had to do a random drug test, and that set everything off like almost a day behind. And so I just sent a message a little later saying, hey, you still want me to pick up that load, the next load, because I'm going to be like a day late on it. And they were like, yeah, go ahead and get it. So I'm still on for that one. So that's why I wanted to get Lisa B, sometimes I just lurk. Yeah, I lurk too on other ones a lot of times. Sometimes I participate. Sometimes I just lurk. It just depends on what I got going. Especially in winter, I'm more unsociable. Lack of sun. Yeah, I guess that'll do it to you. Jackie says, hi Lisa B, not Jackie B, just Jackie. And then Jolie says, Lisa B hibernating, I get it. Yeah, it'll be nice to get out of winter. I got my new hat. I just saw this Sturgis hat at it wasn't this Flying J, it was another one. And I just thought this kind of looks cool. I've never been to Sturgis, but I don't know, it's kind of cool. That's what this is, Sturgis, if you can see it. And I don't ride or anything like that, but you know what can I say? I'm a wannabe. Jenny says, I had to do the random drug testing for my ex-farm manager, and he would get so mad. Wow, the farm manager had to do that, huh? Well, I guess it's really random. They just pop up. Hey, Benny Loco, professional lurker. Well, you're not lurking anymore. But yeah, it seems like I just did one like a few months ago. It's kind of funny how sometimes you can go, it seems like a couple years without one, and then all of a sudden, you know, they kind of make up for it. Because I just had one last year, but like, seems like not that long ago. And then I got called in for another one on Monday. And even like, you know, my, I guess supervisors or dispatchers, they don't even know they're coming up. They just get notified, boom, and then they're all trying to get a hold of me, and they're all frantic, and they're like, you know, you got to go in and do this, you got to do it. And so that's what happened. It was like I was just about to go pick up that load in San Bernardino, and then all of a sudden I had to drop everything and go do the rando, and that took, you know, you got to go down there and you got to wait. And it's a doctor's office, and you have to wait, and it's the whole thing. So, anyhow, Jolie says going to be driving, so can't chat. I'll be watching. I'll be watching you. Okay, so the sound's okay, right? You guys can hear me okay? I just want to make sure before I take off. Benny Loco says, Jolie, you ready for another day? Or, well, said exclamation point. Not I said it like it was a question mark, but actually 2 exclamation points. So I should have said, "Are you ready for another day?" Lisa B says good. I guess that's good on the volume or on the sound. Jolie's ready. All right, you guys ready to take off? It looks a little foggy. Got some fog rolling in. It got pretty cold last night. I think it got down to like 13 degrees or something. And right now, I'm not sure. My stupid phone. Does anybody have an Apple Watch? And then the screen just gets like blown up, and I can't do anything with it. Jackie says, let's roll. Bitty Loco says, I face all days head on, John. Roar. West Webb, Jolie has already been out and about. I think she is on her way home now. Well, ask her. She's right there. Benny Loco says, West Webb, morning hunt. So yeah, it's been cold and you know, just crunchy. I think the roads are pretty clear though. And I'm going to turn on
Thanks for taking my call.
I'm gonna listen to Stephanie Miller's show.
When she was 100 years old.
Yes.
So
this past Sunday.
God bless her.
Yeah.
God bless her.
Thank you.
Couple of things.
Hopefully that's okay with you guys.
Difference of opinion come on the show here.
You know, I like to listen to something while I drive.
Correct yourself. You know, a couple
So
of things. You railed against Trump when he allegedly
chat amongst yourselves. You know the routine. I drive. I don't do chat.
I believe it, and I don't get your.
Sorry about that.
My car, and that's why I'm driving the white car. You know, from time to time, I listen to
That's
the
the
show.
way it goes.
You've made some incendiary and kind of really just cheap comments about 2 weeks ago or thereabouts when the house was.
Here we go, Shaky Cam.
From McCarthy and Crenshaw.
Shaky Cam Incorporated.
Some of the people that were killed, and he was calling them terrorists. And I know it's a joke, and it's half-handedly, but. You know, you said, well, Representative Crenshaw turned a blind eye.
I said that.
That was Travis.
I said that.
That was Travis Bone.
Yeah,
I disavow all knowledge of Travis Bone. I don't even know how he gets in here. I don't.
And then secondly,
All right. I love
just.
you. Okay. See, once again, Travis. I do all I can. I have little predator eyes to try to keep Travis out. I have a bunch of, I don't,
I would also like to
he
point out.
continues to get in here. I apologize, sir, for that really, really poor taste.
I also say when the Republicans have to deal with the gay elephant in the room, it's not a weight joke about George Santos.
No.
Listen, and I've said this is my new favorite joke. If we can't keep him out of Congress, he's a dangerous gay. We just have to keep him away from Jennifer Coolidge at this point.
Absolutely. Yes.
Totally agree.
Yes.
And if you don't watch
Spoiler
White Lotus,
alert.
you're missing-
Spoiler.
If you don't watch White Lotus, you're missing a very good show. There's no spot. Just keep him away from Jennifer Coolidge.
These gays.
These gays were trying to murder me.
They're trying to murder me.
We have that. Don't we?
Yeah. We had it somewhere.
47, which is true. These gays are trying to murder me, Dana.
Yeah, it's fun.
47 minutes after the hour. This portion of the Stephanie Miller Show brought to you by American Cruise Lines. Dana loves a good cruise.
I guess it's
these
from,
these riverboats. I tell you what, American Cruise Lines.
The snow and on the ground and temperatures rising a little bit because it's fog or whatever. I guess maybe. I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist. But I don't like the fog. I really don't like fog to drive in. This isn't too bad. So I'm on Interstate 84. This would be the westbound. I-84 is. Sometimes you got to remember if you're westbound or eastbound, because a lot of it you're going like north and south, but technically it is an east-west interstate. Oh, I forgot to get fuel. God darn it. Oh my gosh, I forgot to get fuel. I was right there. I was going to get fuel at Flying J. I think I have enough to get to Twin Falls, though, I guess. I hope I have enough to get to Twin Falls. Yeah, I should. I completely forgot I was going to get fuel. I hate that when I do that. But I've got about, I don't know, I probably have about 40 gallons of fuel in me. And I just figure at 7 miles a gallon, that's 280 miles. And I think Twin Falls is about only like 100. I think it's about 100, maybe a little over 100, 120 maybe. Oh, and there's a Love's before that. I could go to the Love's. I always forget about that Love's. So let's see, is there anything before that? I guess the Love's would be the closest. I think that's about 90 miles or something like that. I should be able to do it. But hey, how's that for drama? I might run out of fuel. You might see me run out of fuel right here on the interstate in the fog and snow. How's that for drama? Twin Falls is 112 miles. So I should have plenty of fuel to get there, I think. Even if I only have 30 gallons of usable fuel, that's still, what, 210 miles? And Twin Falls is only 112. I got plenty of fuel. Plenty. I've got plenty of fuel. And I'm probably doing better than 7 miles a gallon. Because I am kind of light. You know, I'm about 25,000 pound load. That's not real heavy. And most of this that we're covering, most of this ground we're covering is gonna be pretty flat. There's not too much hill climbing and stuff, so I think I'll be good to go to Twin Falls. I'd like to go to Pilot Flying J, since that's where I rack up most of my rewards points. And that's what I like to do. I know some drivers don't like those reward points. They don't like being on a card. They think it's all invasion of privacy or whatever. But, you know, I don't really care about that. I mean, of course I don't want my privacy invaded, but I don't look at it like that. You know, that's how I get my free showers, man. I think I want to pay I'm not even sure what it's up to now because I always use I get free shower credits for my good fuel. I think last time I checked, I think showers are at least $12 or $13, maybe even more, maybe 15 now. So I don't mind using the rewards card and getting free showers. But some drivers, there's this other driver on YouTube. I think it's called like Lady Unicorn or something like that, or Trucker Unicorn. She's some chick. And she's all like, putting down basically drivers who go to like the big chains like Pilot, Flying J, and using those reward points to get free showers. She's all like, I don't go there. I go to the off-brand ones. I go over to the mom and pop ones or whatever. I don't have the criticism of Flying J or whatever. It's like, fine, you do what you want to do, but don't put me down because I actually am taking advantage of a reward card. Where I get lots of, and the cost of the fuel is the same. There's no discounts in the fuel. In fact, I get discounts from Schneider by going to Pilot, Flying J. I get 50, 60 cents a gallon discount, so that I wouldn't get if I went to the mom and pop place or the off-brand place. So, I don't know. I don't get these other drivers. Some of these other drivers that they come from this kind of old school. Like they're like second and third generation truck drivers. They're just really set in their ways. Really, I don't know, they still think this is 1970 or something. Anyhow, I'm missing the Stephanie Miller show. I think she's signing off. I think it might be top of the hour now, let's see.
He's in a lot of trouble right now, too.
Wait, okay, yes.
Oh, we still got a few minutes left.
Did he say? Do they do anything but wine dinner? Oh my God.
They don't.
Truth Social CEO. Okay, lashed out at the SEC because his company does not have access to public funding while facing an investigation over a proposed merger. How long do you think this is? Long as.
I don't think I got through my year.
Well, we have about a month in her interview.
I just think Tom from MySpace is sitting at a bar somewhere instead of listening to walking into the YouTube.
Me too. She began the interview with him by repeating reports that Trump was ending an exclusive deal with Truth Social ahead of the return to Twitter. News called that fake news. Instead focused on the company's funding problems. He said, remember, Trump didn't need a new company. I didn't need a new job. We were told you've got to go out. You guys are Republicans, you're conservatives. Why don't you guys go out and create your own company? Twitter and Instagram, Facebook, they don't want Trump or any other American. Screw you. We can just kick you off and you can create your own company. Well, that's what President
I forgot. When I get fuel,
like every other.
There's only one person on
I might have
social.
to do a bit of an interruption on the broadcast.
Because
there.
it's Trump. President Trump is involved. Here we are sitting with no capital from the public markets.
I do have
That might be true.
the app on both the phone and the iPhone, iPad.
Smart.
Constant whining. Oh, by the way, one last one. Devin Nunes claims Adam Schiff reached out to Russians to solicit nude pictures of Trump. You know what he's referring to? Those two prank callers that called Schiff, and Schiff did the right thing, like you would do. They were the ones that brought up nude pictures, not Adam Schiff. Oh my God. There's all such clowns.
They are. It's awful, and my Twitter feed is full of them now. Somehow the algorithm has. I have what is the one with the crazy nest hair who's a racist? Blackbird.
All of them.
Yeah, all
DG
of
comedy.
them.
That's how you get in her timeline. DG comedy. We love you, Dana.
Bye.
From the vantage point, I thought you saw 6 walk-ins.
Okay, so Stephanie Miller is over. She's over. Holding and so let's see here. I guess I'll probably listen to Tom Hartman now. guess I could chat with you guys for a few minutes. And then I'll go over to Tom Hartman. Today is Thursday, right? So Hal is not on until this afternoon at 4 Pacific time. So it's just me and Tom Hartman and Randy Rhodes and Nicole Sandler. I am watching the iPad now. There is a delay. It's just weird how there's such a delay between the devices here. I think it's like an 8-second delay or something. It's kind of weird. Well, I hope it isn't foggy like this all the way. I really do hate the fog. So I'm just going to take this load up to Hermiston. I've got 462 miles away. And I took the long way, but I'm glad I took the long way because I think if I'd gone the other way, I would have been in worse road conditions. And I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I don't feel like messing around with chains and all that shit. If I was 24 or something like that, or 30 or whatever, yeah, it'd be a whole different ball game. But I ain't that no more. So I try to avoid any type of chaining situation as much as possible. Well, no, I avoid it actually 100% because I adopted a policy when I first started driving. Basically, after it was about the first week I was on the road by when I was done with the trainer and I was out on my own. I got stuck in a big snowstorm up in Gunner Pass, California, on I-80, and they had chain restrictions. I was on the westbound side, so I was coming up from Reno, and then you get up there by the way station, and there's like they put the sign on for to chain up. So I chained up. And I'd never chained up a big truck before. It'd been a long time. I used to slap chains on cars, like when I was in high school in my early 20s, all the time. Like it was a piece of cake to put them on a four-wheeler. But not only was that a long time ago, even though this is like going back now, we're 2004, and I'm talking about my high school times. That was like 1979, right? So anyhow. It took me like if you know what you're doing, you could probably put a full set of chains on, I bet you, in let's just say a half hour. Maybe there's some hot shots that can do it faster, but let's just say a half hour. It took me like 2 hours, I think, maybe longer, out in the freezing ass snow, trying to put these chains on this 18-wheeler all by myself. First time out, first time doing it. So finally I got them on. And in California, and I love California, so I kind of hate when people bash California. That's my home state. I was born and raised, lived the first 59 years of my life in California, okay? But California is a little silly, I think, with their chain restrictions, because they'll have you put it on when there's not even really any snow sticking on the ground yet. It'll just be starting to snow or whatever, and then they put these chain restrictions up on it. So anyhow, it takes me like 2.5 hours to get these chains on, and then I get rolling, and then the electric sign, just as I start, well, I think I drove a little while. I actually lost a couple of sets of chains and fell off. I didn't have them on right. And then, but I drove about, I don't even think I drove a couple miles, and there was another one of those electric signs, the road signs, and it says like chain restrictions lifted or something like that. And I was like, what? So I just spent 2.5 hours in the freezing cold. I lost 2 sets of chains, or off of 2 tires. And now they're saying they're lifting the chain restriction. So then I pulled over to the chain off area, took off the chains I still had left, So from that day on, I just said, you know what? And this is literally like, I think the first week out, back in 2004, when I was my first solo trip. So here I am, I'm about 44 years old, I guess, at the time. 43 going on 44. And I'm like, you know what? I'm too old for this shit. I'm not doing it ever again. It ain't worth it. It's stupid. I ain't chaining. If it's too dangerous to drive without chains, it's too dangerous to drive. I adopted that philosophy, and I've stuck with it ever since. So like I said, if I was younger, and maybe if I had been driving my whole life, maybe if I was a second or third generation driver, all that shit would be different probably. But when just getting started as a driver, in your early 40s, mid 40s, whatever, I think it's a whole different ball game. Especially since I had been kind of sedentary a few years prior even to that. So it's a whole different thing, like if you screw up doing that kind of stuff and you were just used to it, and you got the muscle memory for it and all that, that's one thing. But if you start kind of midlife on something, and then you kind of have a whole different attitude about it. I'm not really watching the chat, but I did see that Jolie. Oh my gosh, my daughter's name is Jaylee, so it's all right. I didn't mean to say Jaylee. But yeah, I just saw that Jolie said she's home, so yay, made it home. Okay. That's about as much as I dare to look at the chat because it's getting foggier now. I think I'm going to listen to my program, if you guys don't mind.
The ruling in the 70s because they were just awash in cash from the labor unions. A third of Americans were represented by a union. The unions had so much money that
Tom Hartman show, by the way.
Corrupt racketeers like Jimmy Hoffa. And that money.
Hey, you guys chat amongst yourselves.
Campaigns, and so the Democrats are like, big deal. But the Republicans, they were, we can take money from the oil companies, we can take money from the big banks, we can tell, you know, it's and
Driving
just,
through
you know, the game was on.
I-84 here.
And Ronald Reagan floated into the White House in 1980 on
A little bit foggy.
of oil. And what was the first thing he did? He had Jimmy Carter's programs. Jimmy Carter put into place the solar bank that was going to provide 20% of America's electricity by the year 2020, by the year 2000. 23 years ago, it should have happened. And Jimmy Carter's, solar water heaters on the roof of the White House. Plus his Carter's commitment to never again will America use more oil than we did in 1977. So, you know, the Republicans taking all this money, it was fairly clear that the Republican Party was corrupt. It has been corrupt.
It was good old Prime Inc.
Basically ever since then.
I've told you guys my feelings about Prime Inc. and it ain't good.
Most people think, you can't bribe someone. It's just they don't run for election. You can't pour money into their campaigns. What do you do? Well, it turns out there's this thing called the Supreme Court Historical Society that was started back in 1974 by Chief Justice Warren Burger. And, you know, when it was started, the goal was to basically refurbish older teams of Supreme Court justices and, literally be a historical society. Kind of an academic thing. Well, what's happened is they've got this fancy headquarters across the street from the Supreme Court where they fall back into the Supreme Court. The front of course faces the U.S. Capitol. And this fancy headquarters has become essentially a social club. It's become a place to hang out with Supreme Court justices and clerks and the rich and famous common. They pay $25,000 a year to be a benefactor. They have 3 different levels. For $5,000 a year, you're a trustee.
Yeah, I'm glad I went this route because, like I was saying, that they wanted to route me up through California, up 395, and then cut across Nevada, up to Winnemucca, and then up through Idaho and stuff, and then into Oregon. And you can see this road is really nice and clear. It's taken care of. You get on some of those highways though that are going through like the middle of nowhere, and they're not, a lot of times they don't even plow them, So I figured, even though this was a longer route, overall it added a couple hours to the route. But I think it's a lot better to go this way because they keep these interstates plowed pretty good, cleared pretty good usually. So better than those those little highways that just run through the states, through the middle of nowhere. Those don't get as much attention, at least not like this. This is pretty clear. I turned Tom down because I wanted to talk. That one video I did the other day, like the second one I did, from Barstow. I did one from Barstow, and then I stopped, and then I did another one from Jean, Nevada. And I remember I was playing music and stuff. Well, not only did I got a claim, copyright claim, but they just pulled it down. YouTube just took it all the way down. They just blocked it or whatever. Which is kind of weird because I've had other videos with copyright claims, but they still stay up. But this one, they just. I can see it, but it says it's blocked. And So I guess apparently no one else can see it but me. So I thought, I was playing all that music from the radio. I thought I'd be okay, and they would just do a copyright claim, but I didn't know they would take it down like that. That it had gone out. Okay, so I did just glance at the chat. Ken said something about singing my favorite songs a cappella. I would do that, but I'm not good at lyrics, and I can't read any lyrics while I'm driving. I'm really bad at memorizing lyrics. There's only one song I had memorized the entire song, but now I don't have it completely memorized anymore. Because it was really one of my favorite songs. It's Thunder Road, Bruce Springsteen, Thunder Road, and I really love that song. And I used to be able to sing it from start to finish, every word, but I don't. I can't. It's been so long. I forgot part of it. So, I would just sing part of it and then I'll forget. Let's see if I can remember it. It goes a little something like this. Screen door slams, Mary's dress waves, and like a vision she dances across the porch as the radio plays. Roy Orbison singing for the lonely. Hey, that's me, and I want you only. Go run inside, girl, you know just what I'm here for. I don't know, that's kind of the first part of it. And I can't I remember a lot of the words, but I forget exactly the order now. It's something like that. It's like, don't go inside, girl, you know just what I'm here for. And then it's, the next part is, so what's the next part? It's like, I know it's like, the only redemption I can offer, girl, is beneath this dirty hood. What was it, like, I ain't no saint that much is understood, or something like that? Whoa, 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 Thunder Road. laying out there like a killer in the sun. I know it's late, but we can make it if we... See, I just can't remember all the order now. You know? It's all out of order. It's out of order. You're out of order. We're kind of in a bad area, I guess, you know, so we're doing a lot of buffering. Probably buffered when I was singing. I was singing a little bit there. I don't know if you guys heard it or not. Okay, I got the lyrics. Here's Thunder Road. I'll do it a cappella. Let's see if I can. It's kind of hard to, like, I know the tune of how it goes, you know, but then when you sing it without any instruments behind you, or without, or like even like karaoke or whatever, you can kind of lose the tone, you know, or the tune. Not the tone so much, but the tune, or the melody, you know. But here we go. You guys want to hear this? If it's too much, just volume down. You know. I'm just giving you fair warning. Fair warning here. You may have to turn down the next couple minutes. If it's so, it might be unbearable. Here we go. The screen door slams, Mary's dress waves, and like a vision she dances across the porch as the radio plays. Roy Orbison singing for the lonely. Hey, hey, that's me, and I want you only. Don't turn me home again. See, this seems different. I can't face myself alone again. Don't run back inside, darling, you know just what I'm here for. So you're scared and lonely and thinking that maybe we ain't that young anymore. Show a little faith, there's magic in the night. You ain't a beauty, but hey, you're alright. Oh, and that's alright with me. You can hide neath your covers and study your pain. Make crosses from your lovers, throw roses in the rain. Wishes some are praying in vain for a savior to rise from these streets. Well now, I'm no hero, that's understood. The only redemption I can offer, girl, is beneath this dirty hood, with a chance to make it good somehow. Hey, what else can we do now except roll down the windows and let the wind blow back our hair? With the night's busted open, these two lanes will take us anywhere. We got one last chance to make it real, trading these wings on some wheels. Climbing back, heaven's waiting on down the tracks. Oh, come take my hand. We're riding out tonight to case the promised land. Oh, 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 Thunder Road, oh, Thunder Road, oh, Thunder Road. Lying out there like a killer in the sun. Hey, I know it's late, but we can make it if we run. Oh, 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 Thunder Road. Sit tight, take hold, Thunder Road. Hey, I got this guitar and I learned how to make it talk. And my car's out back if you're ready to take that long walk. From the front porch to my front seat. Door is open, but the ride, it ain't free. And I know you're lonely for words I ain't spoken, but tonight we'll be free. All the promises will be broken. There were ghosts in the eyes of all the boys you sent away. They hunt this dusty beach road in the burned out Chevrolets, in the skeleton frames of burned out Chevrolets. They scream your name at night in the street. Your graduation gown lies in rags at their feet. And then the lonely dawn, the lonely cool before dawn, you hear their engines roaring on. But when you get to the porch, they're gone on the wind. So Mary, climb in. It's a town full of losers, and I'm pulling out of here to win. Hit it, big man. Let me go off and do a saxophone solo and a big finish. So that was my favorite song for a while. I don't know if it's still my favorite song. Been a long time since I sang it. I did mess up a few times here. Yeah, it's been a long time since I sang that song. I used to have it all memorized. I went to quite a few Springsteen concerts. I like Springsteen a lot. And the E Street Band. you know, back in the 80s and in the 90s. Now he's doing this weird thing. He's doing these weird cover things. I don't know if he's turning into Rod Stewart, when Rod Stewart started doing all those old covers and shit. It's kind of sad, I think. You know, just do your fucking E Street Band shit, man. That's my humble opinion. It'd be nice if I had like the type of memory like Hal Sparks. I think he knows every song, every word. I mean, it's just amazing how he can just do a song right. I don't think he's even rehearsed it, and then he knows all the lyrics to it. I wish I was like that. That'd be pretty cool. Then you could just sing any song you wanted, right? Without having to look up the lyrics and shit. Well, now I got that song in my head. But I don't want to sing it again. It kind of takes a lot out of you. So I couldn't imagine being actually, you know, there's like, I think a lot of people have the fantasy of being like a rock star or, you know, or some type of performer, you know, like a singer or something. But then can you imagine like every night, or like if you're touring, and it's, I guess it's not every night because there is travel time, but I mean, sometimes if they're on a big tour and they're like a big band or a big artist, and out of a year, they might do 300 dates, you know, or something. I'm not really sure how they do in a year, but could you imagine that? Even if it's 250 or 300 times, just singing these songs. I mean, I can see how you would just, you know, sort of, you could really trash your voice and your vocal cords very easily. You're not careful. Miles to Twin Falls. I think I should have plenty of gas, plenty of fuel, diesel. I don't use gas, I use diesel. Well, the fog is lifted and it's not as snowy as it was, so that's good. That's a good thing. So we got the of entry coming up. Hopefully I'll make it through there all right. Let's see what's going on over at Tom Hartman.
And yeah, when you read her testimony, it's like, wow, is this woman clueless? Yeah. I mean, and delusional, in fact. Incredible. Yeah. Bill, thanks a lot for the call. I got to move along here, but thank you. David in Columbus, Ohio. Hey, David, thanks for listening to WGRN. What's on your mind today?
Yeah, hi. I wanted to talk a little bit about corruption in Ohio. A lot of people hear about what's happening, but they're not in tune with the inside issues. And this is all about dark money, 501c4s, money going to First Energy Corporation to promote a bill that would promote big money for a utility that couldn't get what it wanted through the utility public utility commission. So right now there's a trial. Right now there's a trial with the former Speaker of the House, Republican Speaker of the House, Householder, and the FBI is still investigating, and there's potential to have action against First Energy Corporation and take them out of, their CEOs, put them on probation, put the whole company on probation. So I think this is important that you talk a lot about Republicans getting what they want as far as money. This is how it works. They give money to these 501c4s, and then that's laundered, and nobody knows where it came from, and it's difficult to find out. And it goes directly to these companies, or to the legislators to promote the legislation, basically write the legislation. So it's a complex thing, but I think the president could do something right now on federal projects where he could have full disclosure on projects over $1 million, and he could have an executive order on that. As far as state issues, we need to revise Ohio's Public Utility Commission and make it more responsive to citizens, and make it just completely revise it, because I think
It's closed, but I wonder if that means that the new one is open, because they were building a new one a few miles up the road here. Looks like they may have closed this one down. But the other one has pre-pass on it, so hopefully I'll get a green light or a bypass message. Damn, I'm gonna need some DEF too. So when I fuel, I'm gonna get diesel fuel and DEF. Miles from Twin Falls. Will I make it? Right now I'm just a little above an eighth of a tank, which should be, like an eighth of a tank should be 25 gallons. Let's say I got 30, because it's a little bit above it. Let's say I got 30 gallons, but I really only have 20 that's usable. 20 times 7 is 140 miles. So I should be good. My calculations are correct and accurate.
If I were to advocate for an armed insurrection against the government, could I possibly get a security clearance after being recorded saying that?
Yeah, no, you couldn't, and to the best of my knowledge, there's no requirement for a security clearance to be on one of these committees that has access to top secret documents, because the assumption is that you have been elected by the people, you're a public figure, you're well known, and therefore you're not a security risk, which I think is dangerous thinking. But it's possible I'm wrong on this. I mean, it would be a good question to ask Congressman Khanna or Congressman Pocan or any other member of Congress the next time they come on this program. But my understanding is that the whole security clearance thing is waived when you're on a committee that has top secret access. Now that I think about it, I might be wrong about that. I think the House Intelligence Committee does require some sort of vetting. I'm not sure. I'm sorry, Mike. But I'm with you. I think that there should be some sort of an analysis of that, and the fact that people like Marjorie Taylor Greene are getting access to these kind of documents is kind of scary. Mike, thank you. Thanks for the call. I'll try to find out the actual story on that. Chuck in Chicago. Hey, Chuck. Thanks for watching Sun Free Speech. What's up?
Yeah, I really wanted to hear your takes on the
I think the new
version or concept of using a technique.
I think the new way station is open. We got way in motion. So I'm hoping I get a green light. Or in Idaho, I don't think they give you the green or the red light. I think they have a sign. It'll say it will either say truck bypass scales or bypass way station, or it'll say truck. I don't know. Way in motion, 2 miles. So this is a brand new scale. They've been working on it on this way station for seems like forever. It's finally finished. This is the westbound. It looks like they're making one for eastbound now. But I want to say it took like a couple of years. Okay, it's open. It must have just opened. Since the last time I came through, which has been a few weeks now. Let's see. Wow, they're not even like saying. That's the little sign isn't even on, like to come in or not to come in. I guess they're just bringing everybody in. Well, see if I make it through. This is Idaho. I've had my issues with Idaho. Yep, this is the way station. It's brand new. Just opened. I don't know why they didn't give me a bypass signal. I have pre-pass. Eleven 520 on the steers, about 25 and change on the drives, and 26.8 on the tandems. So we're all good and legal, and they didn't call me in for anything. Woohoo! I didn't want to say anything because I don't want to like jinx myself. The last 3 times I've gone through, of course the other 3 times was eastbound, but 3 times in a row I got called in for a violation, and this time I didn't. So woohoo! Pop the champagne or whatever, you know what I mean. Okay. All right, well, I mean that. Now I just got to make it to the fuel, and we'll be 2 for 2 on good things. I think I got about, let's see, 27, 37, probably about 49 miles to the exit. I think if I'm doing my math right. So probably about 50 miles all together to get to this Flying J. But I should have more than enough fuel. Right now we're crossing the Snake River. We will be crossing the Snake River several more times. Hence the name Snake River, because it's kind of just snakes its way through Idaho. coming up on the Loves. I could stop here for fuel, but I'm pretty sure I got enough to keep going. The Flying J. This is Burley, Idaho. I wonder if McKeachum won. He was running for governor. There's an old sign. I think they've already, right? I'm sure they all have the elections in November, right? So there was like a campaign sign. It said McKeachum for governor. It said Trump endorsed. So I wonder if he won. Of course, he might have been heavily favored anyhow without Trump's support. Well, it looks like that mount is sort of, it looks kind of crooked to me. Yeah, I got to get to exit 173. We're coming up on 211. So what's that? 38 miles or something? Let's see. 73. That'd be 27 and 37. Yeah, I think about 38 miles. I should have plenty of fuel. There, and we'll top off those tanks and head on up. Heading on up to Hermiston. Oh, Phil Ittner is on top right now. You guys want to listen to Phil Ittner? Let's see.
I woke up personally morning here in Kiev to the sound of air raid sirens and two large explosions, impacts. The air defense system around the capital worked very well, but even still, some things did get through. It wasn't just in Kiev where there were attacks. There were attacks down in Odessa and Chernihiv, Sumy, I believe, came under attack. This was a nationwide attack by a mixture of first a wave of drones overnight, apparently, and then cruise missiles in the early morning hours. All of this coming within about a 24-hour period of the announcement that German Leopard tanks would be coming. Now, some say that there's correlation there. Maybe there's a connection because we do know that Russia likes to strike back, to kind of commit a terror campaign, in essence, in response whenever there's kind of a bit of good news for Ukraine. So nobody's saying they know for a fact that it was connected, but it's in a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, hard to say, but what impact do you think these tanks, what I'm hearing is that, and I'd love to reality check this with you, is that America, that we're offering these Abrams tanks, a battalion's worth, large as a perfunctory gesture. They won't get there for a couple of months. It's not going to have a huge military impact. But what it did was it basically allowed the European countries that have these German Leopard tanks, and there's literally hundreds of them in Poland, and Greece has like 100. I mean, they're all over Europe, right? It allowed those countries then to get an export license from the Germans to export those Leopards into Ukraine, and for Germany also to provide some that they probably wouldn't have done had we not said, yes, we're going to do this. Is that what's going on?
Tom, I'd say bet. The Abrams is a very complex system because it's built around a jet turbine engine. It's completely different than all the other main battle tanks within NATO, and its performance, shows that. I mean, the Abrams is. I have been at war and watched Abrams in actual operations, and they are an incredibly powerful piece of kit. But that is not to diminish the capabilities of what the other the Leopard 2 is the main battle tank for the Germans, and they have put out such a high level of production that they're spread out around the continent. I mean, surprisingly, Spain has just announced they're going to send 50 of these things. What will be before I move on to what will be the effect of these NATO main battle tanks coming, the Abrams is so complex that I think you're right. It's mostly a perfunctory thing. It's going to take a long time before those are on the front lines. I suspect they will be sent here and sit at a staging area somewhere in the west, out near Lviv. It's going to take a long time to train for them. It's going to take a long time to build the infrastructure.
And they require jet fuel.
Refitted, rearmed, repaired. Yeah, and they run on jet fuel, which also makes the engine itself a completely different beast than anything. I mean, would you take would you need to take your car to a jet propulsion shop? No, you wouldn't. Likewise, you wouldn't take an F-16 down to the Jiffy Lube. It's basically that kind of equation here. So I suspect those are really going to be there as a symbolic gesture. What that allows the other nation states to do within NATO, in particular Germany, because of its difficult history, not least of which here, is that everybody can grab hands and step off the sidewalk together as they cross the street. The Leopards are going to be here. The word now is hopefully by the end of March. They will be part of the spring offensive. They will, and what's also important to recognize is that they're not just getting main battle tanks, they're getting infantry vehicles, which will allow the Ukrainians to fit in a very similar fashion to NATO doctrine, which is this doctrine called combined arms, which is just hitting the enemy with so many different kinds of weaponry, whether it's dismounted infantry, whether it's the infantry fighting vehicle, its tow missiles, or its heavy guns that are on there, not as big as a tank, and then of course to have the tanks there, a reassuring effect and a heck of a weapon to have on the battlefield. It is going to be a big deal. There's no getting around it. This is another one of those phases in the wars, like when we gave them the HIMARS, like at the very beginning, when there were supplies of anti-tank weapons that were flooded in here. This is going to be a big deal. And I don't have a crystal ball, I can do math. And I think this gives the Ukrainians a massive advantage. We'll see what happens. War is a fickle mistress. But a lot of people who are professional at this are saying this may signal that this war will end this year.
Yeah, well, that would be a good thing. I mean, we've got 8 million refugees.
That's the point.
Tens or hundreds of thousands of people dead and injured. This is just this is a crime against humanity. Yeah,
this has to end.
Yeah. So what are you hearing?
This has to come to an end.
We're talking with Phil Ittner, the veteran war correspondent currently stationed in Kyiv, Ukraine. Phil, what are you hearing that the Russians are up to? I'm hearing that Belarus, that Lukashenko, Putin went and visited him a couple of weeks ago, and apparently the fruit of that is that he's going to he's either going to use Belarus, which is across Ukraine's northern border, Russia's on their eastern border, that he's going to use Belarus as a staging area, or possibly even the Belarusian Military is going to get directly involved. Number one, number two, that I'm hearing stories that Putin is trying to mobilize another 500,000 soldiers within Russia. What are you guys hearing there? And what do you think is credible and you think is propaganda out of all these messages that we're hearing?
Well, there's a lot of concern about Belarus, but Lukashenko finds himself in a very difficult situation because he has a very really strong a rebellion within Belarus. He almost was dethroned as Europe's last dictator just recently when he faked another elections. There are lots of people in Belarus. There are a lot of people in Belarus who, if he were to put the forces, which you also have to understand, a lot of these forces in Belarus and the structure within the post-Soviet space, including in Russia, that there's a bleeding between some military and paramilitary that are used for suppression purposes to keep the populace down. And if he sends those forces to fight here in Ukraine, they will not be back home to defend him in his presidential list. So it might be, though, that they're just, as you mentioned, using it as a staging area. These new conscripts that Russia keeps bringing up, that they'll be flooded in. Russia's doctrine is not, I mentioned combined arms doctrine that NATO kind of does. Russia's doctrine, although they say they use of similar combined arms, they don't. It's basically artillery and then just throw men at the front line. And that's been their doctrine for decades, if not centuries.
Waves of meat.
Just because they have so many. Yeah. They have so many in such a way that you can just grab these guys, throw them in uniform, and get them out on the front lines within 4 or 6 weeks. And they're just sitting there with an AK-47, not really well supplied, not well trained, and sadly they're just in the Russian term, actually they don't even call it cannon fodder. In Russian it's called cannon meat, which just kind of gets your mentality going. That's the mentality. So the Ukrainians are digging in. I was out east recently, and I saw that happening. They are expecting a Russian offensive, probably not even waiting until spring, but it will be just waves of conscripts coming, crashing on their lines. Now, they had to pull back from Solidar, for example, but again, they're digging in and around. This war is going to get really, really violent. Very, very, not that it hasn't been already, but this is kind of, I think, starting to be a make or break this war. Now, Russia would like to have this go for years and years. So I don't think if Russia regains the initiative like they have at the very start of this war, that they will be in a position to finish this war by the end of the year. But if they can regain the initiative, they can push this out for years until the West, the solidarity within the West is eroded a little bit. But if they crash upon Ukrainian positions and Ukraine is then able to mount a proper offensive with this new weaponry, that in that instance, I could see this war ending by the end of this year with a decisive Ukrainian victory. And as horrible as it's going to be to watch and to see, and all the pain that's going to happen from this war, if Ukraine is to regain its sovereignty and regain its territory, the best option is to really take it to the Russians and try and finish this thing.
Yeah. Phil, we just have 45 seconds to a hard break here. It sounds like a lot's going to depend on who gets the heavy weaponry and the soldiers in place first. I mean, is there a concern that it's going to take too long to get those leopards into Ukraine?
Yeah, the concern, but I have no doubt that the West, for its part, is going to speed up the delivery as quickly as they possibly can. And for the Ukrainians, who are so obviously deeply invested in this, they're all in. They have to be, because this is about their home. They're going to train as hard as they can. They're dedicated in this endeavor. And so if they can physically get the tanks here, I am confident the Ukrainians can get up to speed with them very quickly, and in conjunction with the Bradleys that they're already training on, and hopefully some Patriot missile systems also coming in for more defense. Ultimately, I am cautiously optimistic that Ukraine will win this war and win it this year.
Good news. Phil Edner, you can follow his video blog over on YouTube. Also, Philip Ittner on Twitter. Phil, thanks a lot for dropping by.
Thank you.
I really appreciate these updates every week. Thank you so much. We'll be back.
This is the Tom Hartman Program.
It's talk media for the sane among us. Up next, fascism alert. Major corporations backing book banning? Really? And welcome back. Jake in Portland, Oregon. Hey, Jake, what's on your mind today?
Oh, I just think you're so funny that last week you were calling Medea Benjamin and other people tankies, and here on your program you're wanting more tanks for this proxy war between America. But
well, I'm in favor of American tanks, not Soviet tanks rolling over the Czech citizens, and that's where the tankies come from.
Okay, well, Medea Benjamin doesn't want any tanks sent to this war, but yet you had no problem calling that.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of sending tanks into this war. This is a war about the future of democracy around the world. You know, Jake,
Troll.
This personalization.
Troll alert. Troll alert.
That's the point at which I cut you off. I'm willing to engage in a conversation with you, but the whole shame on you stuff, no thanks. Just not going to go. So, other things in the students are saying now down in Florida, Ben Crump, who's a really well-known lawyer. I mean, this guy has done some great cases, particularly around police brutality. He is now representing 3 high school students in Florida who are suing Ron DeSantis for ending the College Board advanced placement African American studies classes. These classes did not come out of the NAAC or something. They didn't come out of the Black Panthers in Florida. They came out of the College Board nationally. These are national certified courses on African American studies. And they're advanced placement courses, which means you get extra credit toward your college, toward getting into college by taking these classes. And DeSantis is saying, oh, no, down here in Florida, we still believe in the lost cause, don't you know? We're not gonna let people teach black history in our schools. Are you kidding? That might reflect poorly on the Confederacy, and we're trying to revive the Confederacy. So this is just pretty bad. I mean, it's pretty bad. He says, are we really okay with Ron DeSantis deciding what's acceptable for American students across the country about black history? This is Ben Crump. He says, we are here to give notice to Governor DeSantis that if he does not negotiate with the College Board to allow AP African American Studies to be taught in classrooms across the state of Florida, these 3 young people will be the lead plaintiffs in a historic lawsuit. This was at a press conference yesterday in Tallahassee, the state capital for Florida. The 3 students are Elijah Edwards, Victoria McQueen, and Julia Ekman. Victoria McQueen is a junior at Leon High School in Tallahassee, who said that, quote, there are many gaps in American history regarding the African American population. The implementation of an AP American history class will fill in those gaps. She added, stealing the right for students to gather knowledge on a history that many want to know about because it's a political agenda, goes to show that some don't want the horrors this country has done to African Americans to finally come to light. This would include slavery, the history of slavery, which DeSantis does not want taught, the history of Jim Crow, the Okie and Rosewood massacres, and the lynchings like the Newberry Six. These, I believe, all happened down in Florida. So keep your eye on this. It's going to get interesting. We will be right back. Stick around. Starts with you. You can be calling your Republican representatives and let them know what you think.
Change
the exit where I need to get some fuel. Making a fuel stop up here. Kind of tired.
Hamsters on the cover. The hamsters, both males, get married at the end of the book. And she said the book would consider pornography because it includes gender identity. The legislation, by the way, says that librarians who make prohibited material available would face up to 30 days in jail and a $1,500 fine. Now, let me get this straight. There's probably not a kid in America who has not checked out porn on the internet, right? I mean, it's readily available. I've said for years that we should, that ICANN, you know, the ICANN, I think it is, or AAN, the company that, the organization that manages URLs around the world, should have a .xxx URL, and that the only way you should be able to get access to that URL is via, which, you know, typically is only available to adults. I've saying this for years. I mean, just, you know, why is it that you know, my 5-year-old grandson can type in, you know, Pornhub, and boom, there he is, right? Watching pornography instantly. And yet these legislators, instead of being concerned about something like that, and that's, you know, the hardcore and very often very exploitative pornography, instead they're freaked out about a book with 2 hamsters who get married. Yeah. Or you know, M&Ms. I mean, this is Tucker Carlson's thing. Yeah. Right? I get it, you know, being concerned about kids, you know, children's exposure to actual pornography, but this is BS. This is just pathetic.
Total BS.
To the Tom Hartman program, call 202-808-9925.
But that's just my opinion. What say you? We'll get back with your calls on the other side of this break. Our book today in the Tom Hartman Book Club is this.
So when I get up here to Flying J, I think I'm gonna make me a sandwich because I got some roast beef and some cheddar cheese in my little refrigerator here. So I think I'll make my sandwich and then just have it ready to eat. As I'm driving. That'll be my lunch today. Roast beef sandwich and some salt and vinegar Lay's potato chips. I have a bottle of Dr. Pepper. See, that's another thing on the Pilot Flying J, app. I got a free Dr. Pepper. I picked that up this morning when I went in there to get my coffee and my breakfast sandwich. I was going to eat at Molly's, but Molly's, there's two restaurants. I forget the name of the other one. And it usually doesn't open until 9. And Molly's is usually open early, but they weren't even open. I think that was about 7:30 Mountain Time. So I had to go back over to Flying J and just grab a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, some coffee. Oh man, kind of sleepy, a little bit drowsy, I guess, because I keep yawning. I kind of didn't sleep too well. Usually I sleep good with that CPAP, but last night I don't think it was the CPAP. I think it was just because I had to idle the engine because it was so cold last night. In order to get any decent heat, I had to idle, and sometimes that can bother me, the idling engine. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe this fuel stop will help wake me up a little bit. Get out into the cold air. Switch jackets. Put my I like to put my old dirty jacket on when I'm fueling. Try to keep this other one nicer for longer. Okay, it says 13 miles to Twin Falls. But I think to the exit is closer, because at Twin Falls, the actual city, you have to hang a left and go west a couple miles. Yeah. get to the Flying J, I'll see if I can access the Flying J app off this iPad. That's how you need to pay at the pump, or you could activate it through your app. But if I can't get it to work on the iPad, then I'm going to have to go on the iPhone, which means we'll have a little bit of an interruption in the live stream while I do that. Tom's going back on.
By 14 points. I've got a whole video that lists all of these. There's 18 of them. It should be easy pickups for the Democrats in 2024. It's over at TomHartman.com. Check it out. And welcome back. Picking up your phone calls. And let's see here. Ken in Marlboro. Hey, Ken, what's up?
Hey, how are you? Good to speak with you. Thanks for your time.
Sure.
The thing I wanted to point out was the thread that's been running through a lot of discussions the last couple of days, which is what I think is sort of a dereliction of duty on our part, which is we don't make plain and obvious to those who are voting on the red side of how bad an idea that is. And the example I want to use is Social Security Medicare. It's very obvious to anybody who's paying attention at all that the folks on the Republican side would like to do severe damage to those programs. And those programs are earned programs, right? I view them both as sort of a thank you from a grateful nation to folks who put in a lifetime of service to it. It's a well-earned item.
Yeah.
And yet somehow we have just failed completely to communicate to these people that if they continue to vote for that side of the aisle, those things are just going to disappear and their lives are going to be just wrecked. How have we screwed that up so badly?
Well, I know at least one Democratic strategist that I've corresponded with in the last few months who is quite enthusiastic about what's going on right now in the House of Representatives. He's convinced that this is it is getting a lot of publicity. You know, the 30% sales tax. I mentioned earlier I didn't think it was getting anywhere near enough publicity, but it is being covered. And, there are attempts to hold the debt ceiling in exchange for cutting Medicare and Medicaid. When they did that during the Obama administration, the media almost never mentioned the Medicare-Medicaid part of it. They really didn't. They covered it, in my opinion, quite dishonestly. And I was complaining about that on this program during that time. And similarly, when they went after Bill Clinton, I wasn't on the air back then in the 90s, but when they went after Bill Clinton, same way. The media did not cover honestly what the Republicans were up to. I think they are this time, and I think it's going to hurt the GOP really badly in 2024.
I hope you're right. I mean, notwithstanding the good points you made about our lack of resources in the media areas, we're still not without resources. It'd be lovely to see them come up in every red district with some video and some audio to just regularly air it in those districts to say, hey guys, yeah, you voted for Mary or Sam or whomever, but look what they said they're going to do to you. I mean, just keep running that.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm guessing you're going to have a lot of Democratic candidates who are going to be doing exactly that. I mean, these votes in the House right now are providing fodder, cannon fodder, as it were, ammunition, probably a better phrase, for those kind of ads that will be coming, in a year and a half. Ken, thanks for the call. Thanks for listening on Sirius. Sandy in Illinois, listening to WCPT. Hey, Sandy, what's up?
Oh, hi down there. Turn off speaker on you. Because you've been bringing up the plan by the Republicans for that 30% flat tax, I'm wondering, in terms of math, in terms of promotion, I think they're going to promote their plan and saying that we will be getting back so much more because to eliminate the income tax. So between 50,000, 80,000 a year, get anywhere from 5 to 10,000 back because they're going to eliminate that. Is that what I'm hearing? But that everything else is going to be 30% on everybody.
People will do this math in their heads.
I'm understanding that plan.
All right, looks like we're gonna make it to the fuel. About running out. Here at Shaky Cam Incorporated. May I help you? Shaky cams are us. Have Shaky Cam, will travel. Shaky Cam, you bet. Come on, dude, get it moving. The Twin Falls Flying J. Beautiful facility. One of these days this cough is gonna go away. That would be nice. That would be nice. Why is this guy coming out this way? This is not the way out. I think you're lost, dude. Oh, Sandy. The aurora rises behind you. Okay, let's see here now. Gonna fill her up. Probably take 150 gallons. Plus death, we're getting. We're gonna fill her up. If you don't mind. Got 366 miles to go. Let's see here. Gotta log this in here. On my logbook. There we go. Wow. I need to get a new little book here. I like to log everything. I write everything down. I'm gonna go see if I can find the app on here on my iPad. My odometer reads 842,315. That's how many miles I've put on this truck since I got it brand new back in 2015, April of 2015. So let's see here. Trying to see if this app will work on here. Hey, it worked on the iPad. Woohoo! Oh, I wrote down Twin Falls. They're saying this is Jerome. I guess technically it is. Okay, so let's see if I can do mobile fueling from this iPad device. I need to get a new iPad. I just got a new iPhone. Now I need a new iPad. Not available. What a ripoff. See, you don't get as many points when you don't do it on the app. Oh well. Oh well, I guess I'll just do it at the pump. All right. I'll be back. Maybe you guys will see me wash the windshield. You know, might just be your lucky day. You see me wash the windshield. I was serious when I said I was going to change jackets. And I'm going to do it. Changing jackets, because you just get so, you don't even notice it, but you get greasy and dirty just from fueling up. And before you know it, your nice clean jacket is all oily and gross. So anyhow, I just changed jackets. cold out there. Oh, man. Whew. It might not look that cold, but it's fucking cold out there. Okay, so I got 145 gallons. Came to like 740 something bucks or whatever it was. Okay, so I'm gonna go. I think I'm just gonna go park over here, and I'm gonna make my sandwich and stuff. Does the windshield look a little bit better? A little cleaner? Hey, bumpy in here. Bumpy up in here. Yeah, let's just go ahead and park. You know, oh, this might be a line for Blue Beacon though, so I guess. But still, you guys are kind of like in my way a little bit, and then you're gonna open your door. Come on, guys. What kind of setup is this, man? You know? I guess it's for the Blue Beacon. Everyone wants to wash their rigs, I guess. Get those washouts. Let's see, which side should I park on? This side or that side? I don't know. I just want to park and make me a sandwich. Before I go. I guess I'll park over here. Oh, this is a new building since the last time I was here. Some kind of new warehouse of some sort. This might not have been a good place to park. This guy's parked so far out. I guess I'll have to do my best. Hemp a texture. What is that? Some sort of hempcrete? Like concrete hemp? Made out of hemp or something? I don't know. You just never know. You know what, guys? I think I'm gonna run into the store and use the restroom real quick. So usually I bring my phone with me in case there's any deals going on. I guess I could check on here, because I was just on there. Let me see if there's any offers, as they like to call it. Guess I could switch back to my other jacket now. Well, if they have them in stock, there's still a free Fiji 700 milliliter bottle of water. I can get a free one of those. And let's see, I can get a free fountain drink. That's about it. All right, so I guess I'll take you guys a little walk with me, and but at some point when I'm in there, we'll probably lose the signal for a little bit. But it'll only be for, a minute or something. I really do need to get a whatchamacallit, like a gimbal, because it's really hard to hold this phone and not get my like my fingers in the lens and stuff like that. But anyhow, I think we all need to go and we all need to stretch our legs. So let's go stretch our legs. I didn't change jackets back. I'm still wearing my old dirty one. That's all right. Okay, gotta make sure I got my keys. There's my keys. Got my my wallet. Yeah, got the wallet. So here we are, walking through the old truck lot here. It's a little bit chilly. I don't feel too cold right now, but when I was getting fuel, and I guess when you're just out in it for a little bit, and then it starts to seep in. So I'm going to pretend like I'm on a phone call. And then maybe it won't look so weird that I'm just like, filming shit. I don't know. That's what I always try to do. I just assume like people will just think I'm on a phone call with somebody. And I'm just holding the phone. Kind of weird though. In a sideways manner. But if I'm talking, then they can just, they should just think, oh, that guy's just on a phone call. On a live stream. He's just on a phone call. Talking as he's walking. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Not that it really matters, Who cares what people think? You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Dost thou knoweth what I meaneth? I guess I'll walk over here. So I forgot, like, even if I put the phone in my pocket, when I go to the restroom, I hope you guys don't hear me tinkling. That would be kind of embarrassing. Yeah, you know what I mean? Hey, look, no showers for something about water. Wow. So if you needed to take a shower, they don't got any showers here. All right. I'm sticking. All right, let me let this guy go around me. It's a very, very impatient man behind me. Okay, so I'm gonna stick you guys in the pocket because we want privacy. go. Are you guys still there? All right, so let's see here. I'm looking for. There was a deal on the water, a Fiji water. Let's see if they still have that in stock. Oh yeah, but that's not the one. The one that goes right here. Those were the ones, 700 milliliter. Everybody grabbed those. It was a deal where you get a free one. But I can get a free fountain drink still. So I think I'll get my free fountain drink. Let's see. Fountain drinks are back here. And then for lunch, I'm just going to make my lunch. I might have to stick you guys back in my pocket again. Because... let's see if I can do this. Look at there, I did it all one-handed. Hey, Kenneth Otto. Oh man, I'm probably gonna get a copyright strike thing because this stupid song is playing in the background right now. I hope they don't take this video down. They took the other one down from the other day. It kind of pisses me off. Anyhow, I'm just gonna get this. I'm gonna have to probably... I'm gonna switch over real quick. You guys might go... But I'll be right back, so don't go anywhere. It was the Cinnabon lady that actually took me. No showers for the not water. Hot water is out. No shower for the... I can't read that word. For the... I don't know. Both signs, I can't read whatever that word is. But no showers. So hopefully you guys are back. In order to use the, the rewards app thing to get my free soda fountain there, I had to just, go off of that screen, off of your screen, and go on the other thing. So I don't know how it shows up. Maybe it shows up like it's buffering or something. Well, I was doing that. But I'm back. So hopefully you guys are back. I'm not really seeing the chat. It's hard for me to see chat. I see somebody just chatted something. It might have been Kenneth. But I can't read it. It's just hard for me to read. I get little print. I have old eyes. And plus, it goes on and then it fades off, And my in one hand I got the soda, the other hand I got the phone. So I'm not seeing the chats right now. I mean, I can see they're popping in, but I can't read them. So I'm gonna get back to the truck, make me a sandwich. What happened there? Try not to get run over. That truck has seen better days, huh? That bobtail tractor. Okay, got my mud flaps. I don't see any bulges on the side of the tires. They don't look flat. That's good. It's a good sign. That dude's still running around, getting some laps in. You see my dirty truck. Dirty, dirty truck. Yeah. Yes, it's a dirty, dirty truck. Whew. Don't kick the pop. Bill Diggin, thanks, Wes. I couldn't take it anymore. I was literally yelling at my iPad. What were you yelling about? Well, I'm glad you liked the love stream. The live stream. I said love stream. Hey, you know what? I'm not going to call it a live stream anymore. I'm going to call it a love stream. This is a love stream. Because we're feeling love. We got the love. Can you feel the love on the love stream? Well, here's my sody. Benny Loco working and lurking. All right, well, glad you check in every now and then. Okay, so I'm gonna go make my sandwich, and then we'll get back on the road. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? You know what I forgot to do? Like a big dummy, like a big old dummy. Well, it doesn't really matter. But I was gonna go to off duty. I was on duty that whole time, but it's not that big of a deal. It ain't no thing. It ain't no thing. What's that? Oh, that's that. Okay. All right, so buttons on your underwear. See my new pillow back there? It's one. I put one up there and one down there for decoration. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Let me get the sandwich makings out. I got paper plate. And I got some mayonnaise and some mustard. Oops. I got Castlewood Reserve Angus seasoned roast beef. That's what I got. I bought that when I was in Vegas, just on the day that I left. Did a little shopping. So I've been eating roast beef sandwiches, except for yesterday. For lunch, I had, there goes that jogger again. I had something else. What did I do? I stopped. Oh, I had Taco John's, yeah. Down in Utah, down in, wherever the hell that was. Fillmore or whatever. Man. And I got some... Man, I've almost gone through this whole bag of salt vinegar potato chips. Oh, and I did buy a bottle of Goober's peanut butter and jelly, where they put the peanut butter and jelly all in one jar. I like that because it just, in the truck, it just saves me like a jar to store, you know what I mean? Because I don't, storage is kind of at a premium. So I get the Goobers. I like to get this, they have a strawberry also, strawberry Goobers. But they didn't have it where I was shopping for some reason. I only saw the grape. But no, grape's okay. But I prefer the strawberry, if you don't mind. I might just finish up this roast beef with this sandwich. Although, it's kind of like, it's almost like too much for one sandwich, but not enough for two sandwiches, you know what I mean? So I'm just going to pile it on and be done with it. Then I got medium cheddar. I like medium cheddar. Cheddar's probably my favorite cheese. Sometimes I get sharp cheddar, medium cheddar. I like both. But sometimes I like to go with a Swiss. Sometimes I like to go with provolone. But overall, I'd say I'm a cheddar guy. I'm a cheddar head. But I'm not a cheese head because I don't like the Packers. I repeat, I do not like the Packers. I'm not some sort of, born and raised in California, and I'm going to be a fucking Green Bay Packers fan. And there are people that I know that I grew up with that in California that are fucking cheeseheads, and I don't get it, man. Do not get it. I mean, you don't have to be a Rams fan like I am, but you've got the Raiders to choose from, you got the Niners to choose from, you got the Chargers. Why are you going to choose the fucking Packers? I don't get it. If you're born and raised in Southern California. Makes absolutely no sense to me. Other than the fact that sometimes you pick your teams when you're a little kid and you don't really know any better. Like me, I was always a Rams fan. But then I really did like, when I was about 10, 11, 12, my second favorite team and my favorite AFC team became the Miami Dolphins. Because I really did enjoy watching, that team that with Bob Greasy and Larry Zonka, and Jim Kick and all those guys, that no-name defense, Coach Shula. It was a really fun thing just to watch them come on the scene, like kind of from out of nowhere, and really within 2 or 3 years they became a Super Bowl champion, and they became that undefeated team. And so for years and years and years, the Miami Dolphins were like my second favorite team. And then after a while, as I got older, and there was a period of time where I kind of wasn't following football like I did when I was younger. And so I don't know if I would call the Dolphins still my second favorite team. I guess I would, maybe. But certainly during the 70s and 80s, They were probably into the 90s, I guess. But shoot, I was gonna put this in a plastic bag and eat this while I was driving, but now I might just eat it because I didn't do the plastic baggy thing. I guess I'll just take my lunch break now. Because I remember my original thing was I'll make the sandwich, put it like in a Ziploc bag, and I'll just eat it as I'm driving and stuff. But now, since it's just on the plate and I got the chips all over the place, I think I'll just do my lunch break right here, I guess. Right here, right now. And I am getting hungry. To eat now, like, instead of waiting. So I guess I was thinking I would just do the live stream maybe up until around when Hal Sparks comes on or something, and then I'll end it. So I don't know if you guys want to watch me eat or not. I can turn this around and you can watch trucks go by. Bill Deacon says, John, I have people here in Chicago that are Packers fans. Yeah, what's up with that? They should be Bears fans. And Wes, imagine him running for office in your state. Oh, I don't know who you guys are talking about. Dark Santos, plus they are rare for their location and community ownership. Are you guys talking about the Packers? I don't give a shit about any of that shit. I don't like them. Bill Deacon, Aaron West, oh God, what a disaster it would be. Dark Santos, a lot of Packer fans in Rockford, Illinois. Dark Santos, Bears Packers is a big deal. All the bars are full. Yeah, I bet. Bill Deacon, I've always said if Packers were to leave Green Bay, those folks would lose their wardrobe. I guess all they wear is Packer gear, huh? Dark Santos, I gotta go shopping into the library, but we'll leave it running. All right, Dark Santos, wink, wink, nod, nod. Bill Deacon, Atrilgadron, what you got in the box? And where you headed? It's a Walmart load. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm headed to Hermiston, Oregon. I got 366 miles to go. It's gonna take me about 7 hours. Being local, I am not ignoring anyone. I am in a phone call. Okay. Dark Santos, I'm not really hiding. Okay, I didn't. No. So yeah, I picked up this load in San Bernardino, California. Dark Santos, we are used to your lurking, Benny Loco. Yeah, we're used to it by now. Bill Deacon says, "Oh, Walmart load. Most drivers hate them. Too long to unload." Well, I just do drop and hooks mainly. I haven't done a live unload or load in a Walmart in years and years. I can't remember the last one. I'd say probably 99% of the stuff I do is all just drop and hook. Or at least 98%. I don't know. I'm gonna say that now. Watch, my next loads will be all live loads and stuff. But my next load that I have is a drop and hook. Also, it's Frito Lay, and that's all drop and hook. Jolie says, "I'm still here, just doing some things around the house." I'm reading the chat off my iPad, which is about, I think, a good 8 to 10 seconds behind reality. It's funny because I'm just now seeing that May truck pass by, and in real life, the May truck is way down around the corner and turning. Lisa B says, "Jolie, I did mine. I'm just soaking the stove grates now. Paul is a great cook, but him being blind means more spills." Bill Deacon says, "Oh, different story than laughing out loud. I've always been fascinated by the trucking industry, even though I'm a union electrician." Well, that's funny because I've always been fascinated by the electrician industry, even though I'm a trucker. Does anybody know anything about hempitecture? I've heard of hempcrete. Bill Deacon says, "My stepfather drove for North America Van Lines. I went over the road with him one summer as a kid. Time of my life." Yeah, that's something you'll remember. I'm not talking because I'm just stuffing my face. So, yeah, on my iPhone, I'm seeing that Harvest Meat Company just came out of Blue Beacon. Man, now on the iPad, it's just now coming out. It's like almost 20 seconds. It's almost like a 20-second delay between the iPad and the iPhone. That's weird. See, there goes Leonard's Express. Okay, that just happened in real life, in real time. I see it on the iPhone. And now, just now, that Leonardo just now came across. That's crazy. I don't know, Wes, about double speed. This is an old, 6th generation iPad, but I bought like 3 or 4 years ago. I think it's really outdated or something. What did I just do? I just did something weird. Anyhow, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Yeah, Bill, I've noticed that too. But I've never noticed it. Like, usually it's like 8 seconds or something. This is now almost like 20 seconds. Man, I am a slob. I'm just eating chips and sandwich. It's like I got crumbs all over me. For some reason. Jolie says, I'm not sure, Lisa B. I live in Indiana. It's not legal here, so we don't always know what we're getting. Feels like maybe a good hybrid, though. Lisa B says, oh, okay. Dark Santos says, I had Grammy and Benny singing rounds with themselves. And Bill Dickens says, I've had as much as 1 minute when I watch sports on YouTube TV. So I'm gonna be taking off in here in a few minutes. We're getting back on I-84. I'm gonna check. I want to check Oregon real quick. I'm gonna check the roads real quick. Well, we got. It's all green. Green means go. All the way through Baker City and the Grand. And looks like Cabbage Hill. Looks like it's okay. So that's good. Yeah, I'm looking at highway camera here, and the roads look nice and clear. Yeah, looks good. Hopefully it'll still be that way when I get there. It's gonna be about 6 or 7 hours by the time I get there. But I'm gonna go all the way through tonight. I gotta drop this load off by tonight. Now, I just stream everything too. Because basically, this is my house. This and hotels. So, but the technology has really improved vastly since I started driving, which was in 2004. And then in 2004, there was no streaming services. There was like nothing. I was still getting, I think, Netflix movies on DVD, right, in the mail. I'm bringing them with me. I had a little TV with a built-in DVD player. I think my first TV I had in the truck was a little, like, 13-inch TV with a VHS player. And then about a year later, I think they came out with a DVD player, or I got one. Maybe they already had them, but. And basically, that was my entertainment, was just watching DVDs. And on the TV, it had like an antenna, and you might be able to get some local over-the-air TV show, stations every now and then, if you were near a city or something. And that was it. And then as the years went by, it gradually got better and better. So now it's like awesome, pretty much, Lisa B says, we switched from Frontier to Xfinity Internet. It's like going from Yugo to a Cadillac. That's funny. And I haven't had a landline in forever. God, I don't think I've had a landline. I'm trying to remember because I remember my first phones, like cell phones. When did I start getting those? Like 05 or something? I don't know. But I've just been on cell phones for like since probably, I don't know, 05, 06. I don't know. Maybe earlier than that. I don't know. Well, I finished my sandwich. And I don't feel like having any more chips. Maybe one. Those are just crumbs anyhow. I'm gonna wait about a minute and a half more. I guess I go start the motor up here, the engine up. I'm gonna have that annoying bell there ringing for about a minute. Think about this thing with the iPad and the cup. It's hard to get the cup out with the iPad right there. All right. You guys ready for some more Shaky Cam? Shaky Cam Incorporated at your service. Let's resume the navigation. And I will probably be putting it on the Randy Rhoads show because I like Randy, and like I said, you guys know the routine by now. I don't really look at the chat when I'm driving, so I might as well just have something playing, right? Well, it's a nice picture right now when I'm parked. But this thing, yeah, it's just nothing has worked. I don't know why. I think it's just a shaky old truck. All right, so let's see here. I just reading a comment. I posted a short, and I said, "Do I look like Bane?" Because I was wearing my CPAP machine, and I just thought it kind of looked like Bane or something. And then somebody, Hamstreak, commented, "I'm reporting you for blowing up Gotham Stadium." That's funny. I'm gonna have to put a laughing emoji on that one as my reply, because I laughed as soon as I saw it. I laughed my ass off, pretty much. So we'll go ahead and do that. But anywho, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put on the Random Road show right now, guys. We can listen along, and you can. Okay. Oh yeah. Here we go.
Dan Quayle.
Right now, it's
COVID is still the third
Nicole
leading
Kidman.
cause
I mean,
of
Nicole
deaths
Sandler,
in the
not Nicole
States,
Kidman.
right behind heart disease and cancer. COVID is not over, and now an FDA advisory committee is meeting Thursday to discuss how to simplify and streamline the COVID vaccination process. The FDA is considering an annual schedule for the vaccine, like how flu shots are administered. The agency would select the strain for the vaccine in the spring, so the updated shots could roll out in time for a fall vaccination campaign. Most people would receive one shot to restore their protection against the virus, according to this proposal. Older adults, immunocompromised individuals, and young children may need 2 doses. And here's the thing about the boosters. They are cutting the risk that a person will get sick from the coronavirus by about half. So what are you waiting for? If you're waiting for the new COVID subcommittee in the House of Representatives to help, I wouldn't go there. They just appointed COVID denier and anti-vaxxer Marge Q. Green to that subcommittee. What could possibly go wrong? So, Dianne Feinstein, senator from California, is the oldest sitting senator at 89 years old, and she's still not announced whether or not she's going to seek re-election in 2024. But already, Democratic Congresswomen Katie Porter and Barbara Lee have announced that they are or will be running. Well, now Congressman Adam Schiff is jumping in. He's been a fierce critic of Donald Trump. He was the Trump impeachment manager in 2020. He chaired the House Intelligence Committee until, well, the Republicans took over, and now Kevin McCarthy has booted him off. Schiff previously criticized Katie Porter for announcing her candidacy before Dianne Feinstein weighed in on her future, but I guess he doesn't care about that anymore. Just saying. Moving down to Florida, efforts are underway in a number of Florida counties to comply with a new law.
Here we go.
By the fascist governor, Ron DeSantis, that requires pre-approval of books.
Full tank of diesel, full tank of death.
Some teachers are expressing fear and confusion around the
belly's full.
implementation of HB 1467. It actually requires that books be pre-approved materials or verified by a media specialist trained by Florida's Department of Education. The law also says that violations could be considered third-degree felonies. This new ridiculous law is just one of several new efforts backed by this to legislate what can be taught in Florida schools. Of course, it was just this week that DeSantis commented for the first time on the state's rejection of a new proposed advanced placement high school course on African American studies for imposing what he called a, quote, political agenda. Well, thankfully, there are at least three Florida high school students threatening to sue the fascist in Tallahassee, Idaho, over this announced statewide ban on a new placement course on African-American history, which he dismissed as indoctrination, not education. The students say DeSantis is heavily favoring white history over black.
I thought
They're warning that they will take legal action unless the governor negotiates with the College Board to allow these courses to be taught.
I thought Idaho.
While we're on the subject of schools, administrators at the Newport News, Virginia elementary school were warned at least 3 times that a 6-year-old had a gun and was threatening people before he shot and wounded his teacher.
Danny's got a gun.
Zorner's lawyer said Wednesday
Everybody
the
run.
Administrators at the school reportedly got 3 warnings that this child had a gun on the same day that he shot the teacher. The administrators allegedly downplayed the possibility and denied employees permission.
I shot the teacher!
This according to an attorney for the injured teacher. The teacher was shot almost an hour after the search was denied.
Am I in the right lane?
The assistant principal resigned Wednesday, hours before the school board voted to oust the superintendent, Dr. George Parker. Unbelievable. And that's just a bit of what's news.
That was a confusing lane. I wasn't sure if you could stay in that lane.
My work is listener supported, and I can't
We're supposed
do
to
it
turn into that driveway
Find out
back
more
there.
at NicoleSandler.com, and please click on the donate
So I
button.
just went out there and went back in. Kind of silly, maybe, sort of. Okay, shh, quiet, quiet. Randy Rhodes is coming on. Quiet.
We believe that
Everybody quiet. To Radio Beacon. I have a dream. Change.
help is on the way.
Help is on the way.
Turn up your mind.
This morning, outrage in Memphis is growing over the death of 29-year-old Tyree Nichols at the hands of police.
He was a human pinata for those police officers. It was an unadulterated, unabashed, non-stop beating of this young boy for 3 minutes.
His mother, inconsolable, after officials showed the family and their attorneys body camera footage of the deadly encounter.
I watched about a minute of it, but I couldn't. Once I heard my son say, "What did I do?" I lost it, and I couldn't.
The footage, not yet released to the public, shows a January 7th traffic stop that left Nichols in the hospital in critical condition. He died 3 days later. Police say they pulled Nichols over for reckless driving, that a confrontation followed and Nichols fled on foot. Then another confrontation, after which Nichols complained of shortness of breath. All of this, his parents say, just yards from their home. The family and their attorneys unable to speak in detail about the video due to the investigation, but giving a disturbing account of what they saw.
Incredibly, it reminded us of Rodney King video.
All 5 officers have since been fired after an internal investigation found they violated multiple department policies, including excessive use of force, duty to intervene, and duty to render aid. What does justice look like?
What is wrong with these fucking cops, man? They do this shit.
5 officers.
Along with the Shelby County District's Attorney's Office, the FBI and Department of Justice are also now investigating, as Tyree's parents remember their son as a good kid who loved to skateboard and watch the sunset.
And I'm trying to stay strong, but it's very difficult.
I mean, how many traffic stops do we have to live through to understand that they go horribly wrong? They just do. This Tyree Nichols case is the same case that we see over and over and over and over and over again, where traffic stops end up with dead, unarmed people. Dead, unarmed people. I mean, so this one happened in Memphis, Tennessee, okay? And the Tennessee FBI got involved right away. I will tell you, the chief of police for Memphis is a black woman who has an extraordinary sense of right and wrong. She understood what the nature of this video was showing her. She understood that it was zero tolerance for humanity, zero tolerance for decency, zero tolerance for the rule of law, that this was just a full-on Rodney King beaten. And she, after, reviewing facts in this case, not only fired all 5 police officers, all 5 of them, who were all black. All the police officers were black. So please divorce yourself from the idea that, the profiling is restricted to white officers profiling black men. No, black officers profile black men too. I guess they do it just to fit in with the police culture.
That's crazy. That's so fucking crazy.
Anyway, she fired all 5 of them. And then you had 2 of the Memphis Fire Department employees who were supposed to be there to render aid, also dismissed. They were involved in initial patient care of Tyree Nichols. There are no further details into what they did or did not do. But the town, the city of Memphis, they had a city council meeting, and the people who showed up to that meeting were like, well, then let's just see the body cam footage. Just let us see what the hell just happened here on this traffic stop where this kid, it's a 29-year-old man, where he was literally
stop calling him a kid, please.
He's
not a fucking kid.
From his mother and father, his stepfather.
I'm picturing like a fucking 17-year-old.
Less than a football field away from safety in their home, safety in his mom's house, and he was beaten to death. Now, you should know he fled on foot after he was initially pulled over. He asked the police officers, what did I do? They're telling us it was a reckless driving suspected. Let's use their words. It was a suspected reckless driving pullover. And he asked them, what did he do? And frankly, I guess they freaked him out or scared him or started on him or, I don't know, tased him, whatever. And he tried to flee on foot, which, yes, makes you more likely to be beaten and apparently here to death by police officers. But can anyone understand the impetus to flee on foot from police officers when you are a black man? He was, yes, unarmed, and no, he wasn't a drug user. He's a 29-year-old man. He is a pillar of the community. And this happens like yards from his mom's front door, but, if he had gotten home, well, then I guess we could have put it, instead of in the Rodney King territory, maybe we could have put it in Breonna Taylor territory, where he was killed in his own house, or in his mom's house. Let's see. But anyway, I'll play you the city council meeting where people are just, they're trying to keep their wits about them. They are. And they're trying to, just explain. We just need to see what happened. As a community, we just need to see what happened. And they're asking for the body cam footage to be released.
Yeah, we got to see what happened.
As you know, there was a murder that took place here on January the 7th. I believe Mr. Tyree Nichols, he was murdered at the hands of the Memphis police. I am very upset with everybody on this city council because you are our representatives, you are our checks and balances, and not one of you have come out publicly and demanded that tape that we paid $3 million, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Wade, when we paid for the body cams, we, the taxpayers, paid for it. This is about transparency, and damn it, we gonna have it, or we need a refund on our tax dollars that we paid. The public wants to see what happened. We want to know, are we really employing people that think it's okay to beat the shit out of folks? What we heard before, we pay for these cameras. We want to see what is going on. Do I want to see the video? I don't know. I'm a mama too. So many of us are. We're brothers and sisters and children, sons and daughters. But what we do want to see is justice for Tyree and everyone else like him walking these streets.
Okay, so the police body cam footage has not been released. And it does look as if Memphis, the police chief in Memphis, and the city council in Memphis We're trying to respect the people of Memphis in this way. Today, they brought charges, murder charges, against all 5 police officers. Or
Wow.
they're going to a grand jury.
Murder.
To get the indictments.
That's a
And
big
it
charge,
looks
man.
as if they withheld the release of the body cam footage until they were able to bring this, these charges to a grand jury to show the city of Memphis that they are respected. That something horrible, something murderous, something, inexcusable, something inhumane did indeed occur. But that the city of Memphis is not washing its hands of it, nor do they think it. Acceptable, nor do they think that it was the right thing or a good result or anything like that. They're not spinning this story. They're not saying, it has so many benefits, doesn't it? No, it's not like cooperating with the police has saved the lives of, people. It's not like that. So they're having a press conference right now with the Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy, who is, explaining to the city and to the United States of America that they take this seriously, that charges will be brought to a grand jury, that they are looking for second-degree murder charges against all 5 of these police officers.
Corporate executives and Wall Street bankers keep telling us that it's lonely at the top. Well, they should try toiling at the bottom of America's pay scale. The radical rise of inequality in our society is a function of the vast political inequalities separating the working class from the power structure. The elite rich have many friends in high places, paying close attention to their needs, but the further one tumbles down the economic ladder, the lonelier you are when your interests conflict with the bosses and big shots. As Ray Charles sang, them as Scott is them it gets. Consider waiters, bartenders, and other restaurant workers. Generally, these are poorly paid and routinely abused, yet lawmakers mostly ignore all that, cozying up to the abusers because, they're rich and politically connected. As a result, most of today's restaurant workers are paid a sub-minimum wage that was set 32 years ago at $2.13 an hour. That's not a wage, it's an insult. Yet most lawmakers refuse to raise it, bound to the piles of campaign cash they get through a lobbying front called the National Restaurant Association, dominated by multi-billion-dollar food chains. Worse, in the past decade, this consortium of greedy wage suppressors even devised a diabolical scheme to make restaurant workers pay for the industry's lobbying campaigns to hold down wages. The association bought an outfit that provides key food safety training to workers. Then it lobbied to get California, Florida, Illinois, Texas, and other states to require that all employees not only undergo the silly online training course, but also making them pay $15 each for the training. This is Jim Hightower saying, guess what?
Hey, I don't see the chat right now, but I was just thinking, Jolie, if you're on there, I know I've been going really long with some of these, and so I mean, if you need to go, off and do other things, I mean, I don't mean to just keep you on here all the time, so I don't want you to think you have to always be on, because I was just thinking like that. I'm going hours and hours and hours, and it might not be fair to you, so you always can just, if you need to go out or whatever, log off, because I was just thinking I might just be doing this until 4 Pacific time, and that's a long time. So you know how to do it. You can come in and out, whatever. But This way, you know, I didn't mean to, because I used to just do this 2 hours a day, just Tuesdays and Thursdays, and now I've been doing like all these like just impromptu things and going on for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours or whatever. And so, you know, if you ever need to just go, you can just go, or, you know, come and go or whatever, you know. Hey, I know you know how to work it, but I just didn't want you to think I was being inconsiderate.
Defense attorneys to turn the trial into a prosecution of the coal operators by
Or
introducing
Rick Smith.
in evidence the entire record of their conspiracy to deny the citizens of West Virginia of their legal rights. The defense successfully discredited these paid agents and won acquittal. When Hatfield and his deputies arrived back in Maitland, they were greeted as heroes by the entire town. Hatfield.
Don't give up.
All things Randy at RandyRhodes.com.
Go for launch.
Speaking truth to power, the Randy Rhodes Show.
Right, this is the Memphis Police Chief, C.J. Davis.
This incident was heinous, reckless, and inhumane. And in the vein of transparency, when the video is released in the coming days, you will see this for yourselves. I expect you to feel outrage in the disregard of basic human rights, as our police officers have taken an oath to do the opposite of what transpired on the video. I expect our citizens to exercise their First Amendment right to protest, to demand action and results. But we need to ensure our community is safe in this process.
I mean, that sounds like, the right response to something ugly and heinous and something that police have been getting away with for so long that they just do it over and over and over again. I think, Memphis has a decent police chief, in their midst. I mean, she is saying what she saw on that tape was unjustified. It was inhumane. It was brutal. And I expect you to see it and be outraged. I expect to see protest. But I just want you to know that, you should feel also seen, heard, and respected on the issue of getting justice for this really putrid behavior by police officers who serve on our police force. Now, you never hear that. You just never do. So I would just say maybe talking about this over and over again, and people going out and doing activities like protesting peacefully, and the Black Lives Matter movement, and the hashtagging, and all the things that felt like so small and so unimportant. Maybe they were important. Maybe they made the difference between police chiefs trying to cover it up, or saying that this guy resisted, making an excuse for why they beat him twice to the point of he died in the hospital 3 days later from internal injuries, from bleeding from internal injuries. Now the next step is going to be stop it from happening at all. We finally have gotten to a point where in some jurisdictions, Memphis is, the first place I've ever seen a police chief say, yep, I'm going to show you the tape. I'm going to withhold it until you feel, that we have done something that represents a movement towards justice. The family has said what they think would be just. They said they want these officers charged with murder, and they're right. And so they hadn't released the videotape, and everybody was sitting around going, why aren't they releasing the video? Why aren't they? Well, apparently they wanted to wait until there were actual charges that were being brought to an actual convened grand jury to indict, to hear the evidence, and then issue an indictment or not, which they will. And then they'll release the videotape. That is improvement. It's not the whole enchilada, but it's something.
The city here is tense right now, but people are going to be relieved to hear that now not only are these 5 officers in custody, but they're looking at serious charges that include aggravated kidnapping, official misconduct, but most importantly to the residents of Memphis, second-degree murder charges. And that's exactly the level of charges that people were looking for. Because while they have not seen the video, the descriptions that they've heard from the family, from their representation, but even out of acknowledgement from local leadership here and the police department itself, that what they're going to see is horrific and really a violation of humanity. That is the level of charges that people wanted.
And they're going to get it. They actually have gotten it. This is Steve Mulroy, who we told you is the Shelby County District Attorney. Here he is announcing that the officers, this is just seconds ago, that the officers will be charged.
Earlier today, the grand jury returned indictments against 5 Memphis Police Department officers regarding the death of Tyree Nichols. These are the same 5 officers who were previously or recently terminated by the Memphis Police Department. They are currently in custody. They are Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin III, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith. The grand jury returned indictments against all 5 with the same charges. And we had previously met with the family of Tyree Nichols to go over what these charges were going to be. And that meeting with the family, I think, went rather well. Here are the charges. Second-degree murder, aggravated assault, aggravated kidnapping resulting in bodily injury, aggravated kidnapping involving the possession of a weapon, official misconduct through unauthorized exercise of power, official misconduct through failure to act when there is a duty imposed by law, and official oppression.
Oh, wow.
While each of the 5 individuals played a different role in the incident in question, the actions of all of them resulted in the death of Tyree Nichols, and they are all responsible.
Wow, that's really fast. That was really fast. I had no idea that was actually the findings, the indictment that was issued by the grand jury. That happened in a week, in 1 week. So that's kind of why, just so you know, they didn't release the body cam footage. They were expecting a result from a grand jury. They had presented a grand jury with these charges, kidnapping with a weapon against a police officer. That is progress in this here country. Now the idea is to never, ever, ever see it again. But this is the first time I've ever seen a community respected, where charges predate the release of a horrific body cam video, which I believe they'll release tomorrow, sometime tomorrow. I don't know why they're waiting for the weekend. That's not really a good idea, but they're waiting for, tomorrow, and they will release this body cam footage that will clearly show why 5 police officers were charged with second-degree murder, assault, and kidnapping with a deadly weapon, abuse of their office, and official oppression. Wow. So next time somebody tells you, oh, protesting doesn't do any good, or next time somebody tells you speaking up or speaking out or you're preaching to the choir or whatever they're going to say to try and tamp down your enthusiasm for justice, tamp down your desire to see something just happen to people who do unjust things, people who brutalize other people because they can, because they're armed and you're not, or because they wear blue and you're wearing green. Tell them to sit down and watch the difference that you can make. Because when we come back, I'll show you a video of a guy in Arkansas. This is horrendous. Okay, there's body cam footage of police officers in Arkansas beating the crap out of a guy who obviously has mental health problems because he was trying to ride, he said he was riding his bicycle from Arkansas to South Carolina. They're 900 miles apart. He said that's what he wanted to do. He went to a gas station and he asked the gas station attendant, the person behind the cash register, could he have some water The cops were called, and I'll show you what happened. This is Stephanie Miller, and here's what you missed. The most hilarious thing is watching them literally twist themselves into pretzels over the Mike Pence classified documents and how they're just, you know, back and forth between whether it's a big deal or now it's not because it's a Republican, right?
Of course, yeah. It's the God. I hesitate to say it, but because I've been using this metaphor over and over again. They've been rabbit season, duck season once again into classified documents, no big deal, and then they find some with Joe Biden's Corvette, and oh my God, classified documents.
End of the world.
Committees, let's start special counsel, let's start investigating, and then classified documents are found at Mike Pence's house. I said, what? We didn't say anything about classified. What are you talking about? That's not a big deal. Nothing, Burger. Jesse Waters was complaining last night. Oh, you mean now we got to report on both sides? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Both sides do it? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay. You were all over Twitter when I was just talking about all the news just that made my head explode. It was just this, not just Marjorie Taylor Greene being COVID denier who got kicked off Twitter for COVID misinformation, being on the COVID committee, and which I just think there's nothing lower than Silk at Diamond, her sister's funeral.
Oh, God.
Blaming vaccine shedding for, her sister died because she was around people that were vaccinated. I mean, how despicable. Continue to spread disinformation at your sister's funeral.
You know, the vaccine rollout back in the spring of 2021, I remember it taking so long to get an appointment, to get in to get a vaccination. Everyone wanted one. It was the constant game of refreshing that website, make sure, there's an opening. And if we only knew that all you had to do was bump up against someone who was already vaccinated.
Hear all this and more on the next Stephanie Miller Show.
What is violence ever accomplished? What is it ever created? Too often we honor swagger and bluster and the wielders of force. Some look for scapegoats, others look for conspiracies. And an uncontrolled or uncontrollable mob is only the voice of madness, not the voice of the people.
What's your emergency?
America's healthcare system is broken, and people are dying.
Welcome to Code Whack, where we shine a light on America's callous healthcare system, how it hurts us, and what we can do about it. I'm your host, Brenda Gazar. In honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Day, we're looking at what injustice in healthcare looks like for insured people. How is it that even those with health insurance face crushing medical debt in America? What choice do patients really have when they find themselves fighting for their lives and unable to pay the exorbitant costs for their care? And what far-reaching impact can medical debt have? To find out, we spoke to Monique Davis, a nonprofit executive living in Southern California. She was diagnosed with amyloidosis, a rare medical condition in 2016 that required her to have several rounds of treatment and a stem cell transplant. She had health insurance, but the treatments and multiple ambulance rides still left Monique and her husband with thousands of dollars in medical debt, relentless harassment from debt collectors, and a ruined credit score.
The ambulance companies were actually the worst. I mean, even when the hospitals would call, they were at least polite, right? Like they politely demanded money, but the ambulance companies were rude. They would yell at us. They would, say all kinds of awful things.
Call in, connect. To speak to Randy, call 561-270-3844. 561-270-3844.
Disturbing cell phone video appears to show two Crawford County deputies and one Mulberry police officer pinning Randall Worcester to the ground and repeatedly punching him in the head and kneeing him in the legs. Then one officer lifts Worcester's head up and smashes it into the ground. The video not show what happened before the arrest. The Crawford County Sheriff told our CBS affiliate KFSM it started around 11 miles away in Alma, Arkansas. He said Alma police responded to a call about a man making terroristic threats against a gas station employee. The man allegedly spit on the employee and threatened to cut off their face. He then biked to Mulberry, where the officer and deputies in the video met with him. The sheriff said the conversation started calmly, but escalated when Worcester allegedly pushed one of the deputies to the ground and punched him in the back of the head. It is unclear if Worcester was armed.
The banging of the head against the ground, no, that is not appropriate.
Former police officer Keith Taylor is an adjunct assistant professor at the John Jay College of Criminal Justice. He says he sees little justification for the officer's actions.
The punching in the face was unrelenting. I can understand if you're in a battle with the person, but you got one person laying on him and the other person kicking the heck out of his legs or lower body. Those are serious uses of force.
State police say Worcester was taken to a local hospital for treatment and then later jailed. He faces numerous charges, including terroristic threatening, resisting arrest, second-degree assault, and second-degree battery. And a big question I have is whether or not there was any body camera video. We just don't know yet.
We don't know. Well, it looks like these Arkansas sheriffs, deputies, are being charged with federal civil rights offenses for allegedly using excessive force during the arrest of this man at the gas station in Mulberry, Arkansas. The Justice Department announced, and the grand jury did return a 2-count indictment against Crawford County, Arkansas Sheriff's deputies Levi White and Zachary King, alleging that they repeatedly hit. They didn't hit, they beat and smashed his head into the freaking sidewalk. Randall Worcester of Goose Creek, South Carolina, who said, he was riding his bike from that little northwest corner of Arkansas, okay, to South Carolina. That's what he told them. He said he was trying to ride his bicycle back to his home in Goose Creek, South Carolina. This according to the court documents, which is, as you can see, 900 miles away. He's originally from Oklahoma. He is homeless. He struggles with mental health issues, according to his attorney. And yes, he obviously was serious about trying to take his bicycle 900 miles. He had stopped at a gas station. He'd asked the gas station attendant for water. The gas station attendant became angry and called the police, accusing him of making terroristic threats against him, probably because all he wanted was water, and the gas station attendant didn't want to give him water. And I'm sure words were exchanged. I'm sure they were. And that the attendant at the gas station decided to call the cops, and then the cops actually came and beat this guy within an inch of his life. So if convicted of using excessive force for a guy who obviously has some issues and wanted to ride his bike 900 miles, White and King, the sheriff's deputies, will face up to 10 years each in prison. So, you know, look, I mean, the idea here is to get this reaction to stop being the reaction. That's the idea here. That's the direction we want to go. That's the place we need to end up. All we're seeing here are grand juries that have said, okay, we've seen enough. That's brutal. That's hideous. That was unnecessary. That was inhumane. That was aggressive force. That was, you know, in the Memphis case, they're saying they literally kidnapped this kid, you know, by gunpoint and had him in their custody and decided that the thing to do was to beat him to death, which is what happened to Tyree. So, I mean, listen, Maya Wiley said it really well last night. And at first, you know, when I heard her saying it, I was like, Maya, this is not justice. But it is today, because today we have the indictments. Today we see that police officers are being, you know, indicted on, you know, very serious charges for their behavior. So I'll play you what she said.
Well, I will say the first thing I see in this case is a grieving mother.
Yeah.
And one in which I will say tonight, there are black women all over this country who, if they haven't been in that position, are saying, once again, I fear for my children.
Yeah.
So that's number one. In terms of the case itself, here's the thing. The most important, I call it evidence, I don't mean it's evidence, but it can be used, is that the police department itself not only fired them, but has put out a public statement making a determination that it was excessive force and they didn't intervene. That is rare, unusual, and dramatic.
That's true, except if there were no indictments, if there were no charges, if there were no murder charges, if there were no assault charges, if there was no oppression charge, if there was no kidnapping charge, which I honestly didn't even expect to hear, but, you know, if they would not have indicted these 5 officers, if they would not have indicted these 2 Arkansas sheriff's deputies, after seeing this on videotape, okay, after seeing beatings like this, I mean, escalate like in 2 seconds, people that are, you know, either in the case of the Arkansas person, obviously mentally ill, asking for water should not be a death sentence in this country, nor should it be a reason for police to bash your head into the cement repeatedly until you're near death. And in the case of Tyree, reckless driving, I'm not aware that reckless driving has a death penalty associated with it in any state. In any state, even in Tennessee. So she's right about the fact that this is rare to see, you know, indictments, to see people being held accountable for their really piss-poor, inhumane behavior. But let's make it less rare. Let's make it more common. Let's make it what happens if you brutalize people for little tiny charges like driving too fast in front of your mother's house or asking for water at a gas station because you're riding your bicycle miles and miles and you're broke and you're thirsty. It shouldn't be a crime in this country, let alone a death penalty crime or a crime that takes away your ability to move your body ever again. You know? So let's make that less rare. Let's make this the real way that that police understand they will be treated if they treat the people they've sworn an oath to protect and serve, and they get it exactly backwards. Let's make it not so rare that they meet the bar of justice. I mean, reckless driving versus taking a 29-year-old young man's life. Let's see, which is worse and who needs to be punished for either of those? Well, let's see. Perhaps Tyree deserved a ticket. I don't know. I don't know what his recklessness looked like. But these guys definitely needed to be indicted.
Just 2 years ago, America was at a crossroads. A mismanaged pandemic had killed almost 500,000 Americans. An economy wrecked by incompetence, out-of-control spending, and corruption. An unstable and malicious president ordered an attack on our elections that led to an attack on our democracy. It was time to decide what kind of president America needed. One who would fight for working people, or one who spent a lifetime ripping them off? A strong leader in a dangerous world, or one who bowed down to dictators? America made that choice, and resoundingly that choice was Joe Biden. Confidence over chaos, kindness over cruelty, hope over division. America made the right call. In just 2 years, we're stronger than ever, proud again, respected in the world, reclaiming patriotism from extremists, fighting for the rights of every American. That's the Joe Biden record. And that's an America worth fighting for.
It keeps happening.
I didn't materialize in thin air.
Crazy Republicans keep getting elected.
Q is a patriot.
They're in our government.
Liar! Shut up, witch! I'm not a witch, I'm your wife.
They're making our laws.
Maybe we need to have some sort of legislation that requires constitutional life and biblical citizenship training in our schools.
It's a revolving door of crazy.
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass.
Certification of those ballots is covered up by the machine.
We have to dismantle the FBI. To me, someone like Jim Jordan would actually unite all of the different teams within the Republican banner.
God bless us one and all.
Glad to have a MAGA-packed Supreme Court. Proud that they lied under oath to get the job. If so, thank a MAGA Republican. If you enjoy seeing our rights disappear one by one, thank a MAGA Republican today. The Lincoln Project is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Whether you're listening to Leslie Marshall each Tuesday through Friday or Brad Bannon each Monday, you can hear them from 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the Progressive Voices Network. Here's a sample of what you'll hear.
Mr. Tom Conway, President Conway, is president of the United Steelworkers, USW, did this infringe upon our national security, right? Was national security put at risk? But a lot of times people forget that national security isn't just about documents and garages and Mar-a-Lago. National security requires sound trade policy, right? Manufacturing in certain sectors, key sectors like steel, aluminum, they provide vital resources for our military. They provide resources to help our nation, needing just infrastructure as an example. So could you speak to some of these vital resources that manufacturing supplies with relationship to national security?
National security isn't going to be found in a stack of paper. It stems out of what we make and what we do for ourselves and the ability to protect ourselves in what's become an ever more dangerous world. And the notion that you have to make that stuff. You can't expect to buy it from your enemies or buy it from somewhere else in the world if you need it. And if you don't make the fundamentals and the backbone of your economy, and if you don't mine it and fill it, manufacture, put labor and capital against it, and make those materials that are fundamental to your ability to have not just a thriving economy, but a safe one, then you really are kidding yourself that you can rely on the rest of the world to take care of you. So sectors like steel and aluminum and glass and so many others are just crucial to what we have in the nation. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to protect that, having our own sovereignty over it.
I don't know why this skateboard must go so slow, man.
Don't give
This is the Randy Rhodes Show. To speak with Randy, dial 561-270-3844. That's 561-270-3844.
Black history is American history.
Protest and pushback in Florida with a new potential legal battle over race education.
I can't believe that this is 2023 and America is talking about censoring education.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump announcing his plan to sue Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and the state after DeSantis blocked a pilot AP African American Studies course in Florida.
No to censorship. No to censorship. Yes to community.
DeSantis says the state already teaches African American history and is opposed to specific lessons in the curriculum.
We believe in teaching kids facts and how to think, but we don't believe they should have an agenda imposed on them. When you try to use black history to shoehorn in queer theory, you are clearly trying to use that for political purposes.
What message do you feel this ban may have communicated to your student?
I think it communicates very clearly that African American history is not as important as other history.
Developed by the College Board, the pilot course is currently in 60 schools nationwide. The organization says it does not require students to adopt a particular ideology, and after a feedback period, it will make appropriate revisions to the preliminary pilot course framework. These Florida high schoolers say this is personal. What's your reaction to this AP African American Studies ban?
It's keeping African Americans silenced.
In my opinion, that it was targeted and I couldn't learn about my own history.
I think it just symbolizes like blatant racism.
DeSantis has made education policy a key focus of his administration. Last year, controversially signing into law restricted legislation on race and gender. In response to Crump's intent to sue, the Florida Department of Education said it was a publicity stunt and that they expect the removal of content on critical race theory, black queer studies, intersectionality, and other topics that violate our laws. Florida's Department of Education tells us they will review the College Board's revised curriculum next month. Attorney Ben Crump says he will only file a lawsuit if DeSantis does not change his stance.
So Ben Crump, who always fights for civil rights and has been criticized by a lot of people in this here country as being, an opportunist or whatever you like to say to people who fight for civil rights for all people. He's actually helping these students in Florida fight back against our racist governor who has some sort of an aversion to teaching, black history in an advanced placement course developed by colleges, around the country. This course, AP courses, just for people who never, ever went to college like me, AP courses, advanced placement courses, are for use in high school advanced placement courses, right? Because you get college credit for taking them. So the colleges actually design the courses and they administer the test that's associated with the completion of the course to see whether or not you get the college credit, right? So you get a free college credit in high school, free. You don't have to pay for college credit when you're in high school. So there's an economic benefit to having AP courses as well as an informational, credit that you get because people can't take away what you know. But Ron, death sentence there, he's got an aversion to teaching, black history. Well, the reason why Ben Crump has such a firm ground to stand upon with regard to teaching various histories of various Americans to American students is because you had this fight in Arizona. I always say Florida's like the second chance state. Arizona's the last chance state, right? We have a lot in common, Arizona. A lot in common. Unfortunately, it's all bad. But Arizona actually tried to ban the teaching of Mexican-American history and failed miserably at the court. The court said that it was an unconstitutional ban, right, that was an attempt to whitewash history in order to suit emotionally fragile people. Emotionally fragile people. So they said there's nothing wrong with this course, that teaching, maybe the problem is this word that we've stopped using gay and instead now we use queer. Maybe it's that word. People aren't used to it. They haven't, digested it. They don't like it. I don't know. It is different, I will say, because queer was always a bad word when I was, coming up. Right, and gay was the word that was preferred instead of queer. Queer was like the F word, which became totally unacceptable. The F word, the one that begins with an F and a T. So now they like queer, so queer is now being inserted. And Ron DeSantis just can't say it often enough because I think he knows it lands poorly with boomers and Gen X. Right? And he knows it's not something that, it's a Gen Z thing, and he knows that it's not something that Gen X or boomers are used to or lands well with us, because it doesn't. It's strange because we were told not to accept it by Gen Z. Well, anyway, make a long story short, queer theory or gay theory Are you telling me it's not real? Are you telling me that gay black people are not real people? Are you telling me that they don't have real stories? Or that they didn't make history? Because, you know, they did. Okay? And some of the examples that came to mind for people commenting upon this is James Baldwin, who felt that he had won the trifecta because he was gay, black, and poor. Okay, so he felt that he had, you know, hit the track. RuPaul obviously has changed culture and the acceptance of, you know, being transgendered or non-gendered or binary or whatever, you know, he identifies as. It's not just one thing, right? Little Richard was obviously a gay man who changed the culture of music. Okay, Prince, I don't know what Prince was. He was just, you know, talented and a little androgynous. Like, who cares? Who actually gives a rat's ass except to show that they've been discriminated against because people gave a rat's ass about their sexuality on top of their blackness. And so that's why it's included in a course of Black history, because the course is not just, you know, historical fact about Rosewood or about Axe Handle Saturday or Sunday, you know, in northern Florida. It's not just about Black Wall Street. It's not just about economies and violence. It is also about culture and contributions to culture and Black excellence across the board in science. And yes, in sport, and yes, in entertainment, and yes, in history, and in activism, and all those things. And he's objecting to kids being taught about the utility of Black activism, like Black Lives Matter, which today we were able to show you, illustrate for you, a real result from that kind of activism, from that kind of involvement, from that kind of, you know, alliance, let's say, between Black Americans and non-Black Americans of all races, all sizes, all walks of life, who joined together and said, okay, enough. Enough with the brutality. Enough with choking people out. Enough with kneeling on their necks. Enough with unarmed Black people showing up dead after traffic stops. Enough. And we got a result today. And we're very proud of that result. And for some strange reason, you got governors, like Sweet Home Florida, where the governor's true, right? Like that, who have an aversion to teaching people what their inherent power as a human being can do. About knowing history prevents it from occurring yet again. And about doing something about repeating history is not only a responsible thing to do, a right thing to do, a decent thing to do, but that it can actually result in improvements. So he says that he has 5 topics in the Department of Education's published curriculum for African American history. His concerns, he said, were intersectionality and activism. Yes, he doesn't want that taught. Queer studies, which again is gay studies, movements like Black Lives Matter, and the reparations movement. He doesn't want Black study and Black struggle in the 21st century taught at all. And people who fight for the right to know your own history or other people's history, or the history of this here nation, they will win this argument too. They will win this fight too. So don't give up.
What's your emergency?
America's healthcare system is broken, and people are dying.
Welcome to Code Whack, where we shine a light on America's callous healthcare system, how it hurts us, and what we can do about it. I'm your host, Brenda Gazar. This time on Code Whack. What would you do if you were faced with thousands of dollars in medical debt? Would you file for bankruptcy or let the debt go to collections? What help is out there for people facing such difficult dilemmas? Would Medicare for all...
Okay, so I don't know if anybody's still on or not, but I guess I'll just chime in here for a quick update. We're I-84, that's Interstate 84, westbound. I guess about 60 miles from Boise, Idaho. We're about 10 miles, or maybe 10, 12, 13 miles, something like that, from Mountain Home, Idaho. Now the road's pretty clear, and just trying to make some good time here. Hopefully the traffic won't be too bad in Boise area. But it does tend to get a little heavy in that right around the split there between I-84 and what's that one? That goes straight? What's it? I don't even know what it's called. It goes to kind of the downtown area. Heavy all the way to Caldwell. It just depends on how heavy.
for the Tongass, one of the largest temperate rainforests in the world. It also ends large-scale logging across the entire Tongass, ensuring it continues to provide critical habitat for birds, wildlife, and salmon.
Couldn't get to today, check out our website at greennews.bradblog.com. Don't forget, you can download our reports anytime via Stitcher, TuneIn, Apple, Google, or Amazon Podcasts. Find, follow, and share us planet-wide on the Facebooks, the Twitters, and the Mastodons at Green News Report. I'm Brad Friedman.
And I'm Desi Doyen.
And this has been your Green News Report.
Please help Progressive Voices support the Green News Report by stopping by bradblog.com/donate.
We believe that all men are created equal.
Magnificent mosaic that is American radio beacon. True radio beacon. I am a dream.
Change has come to America.
Believe me, help is on the way.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Turn up your mind.
Okay, everybody, do you remember this? This is a flashback, okay? This is a flashback.
Wayne Barrett, great reporter. Trump campaign advisor Rudy Giuliani on Fox News 2 days before FBI Director James Comey sent a bombshell letter to Congress about Hillary Clinton's emails this past Friday. This was Rudy Giuliani on Fox, unprompted, bringing this up on his own 2 days before the FBI Director James Comey sent that letter. Watch this.
He's got a surprise or two that you're going to hear about in the next few days. I mean, I'm talking about some pretty big surprise.
Oh, yeah, I heard you say that this morning. What do you mean? Rudy Giuliani, you're lucky because we got to go. I'm out of time. Otherwise, I keep pressing you.
We're not going to go down. And we're really not going to stop fighting. We got a couple things up our sleeve that should turn this around.
We got a couple things up our sleeve that should turn this around. You're going to hear about, we got a couple of things you're going to hear about over the next couple of days. I'm talking about some pretty big surprises. That was Rudy Giuliani 2 days before the director of the FBI sent that letter about Hillary Clinton and the email investigation that landed like such a bombshell in this campaign and arguably has put the presidency back in reach for Donald Trump. Rudy Giuliani 2 days before that said, we've got a couple of things up our sleeve. We're going to hear about some things over the next couple of days, some pretty big surprises. How did Rudy Giuliani know that? Did somebody at the FBI leak to the Trump campaign 2 days in advance that the FBI was about to throw an anti-Hillary Clinton grenade into the presidential race?
See, that's the question. That's always been the question. That's the question that's never been answered. Never. Not even this minute. At this minute, is there a definitive and factual, fact-based answer? So all that's left is putting pieces of a puzzle together and trying to figure it out for ourselves, right? We had an Inspector General, Michael Burowitz, who was going to look into it, right? Who's going to look into it. We've never gotten any conclusion at the Inspector General's report with regard to who's talking to Rudy Giuliani inside the New York field office at the FBI. Or have we? Because we have an indictment now of the director of counterintelligence inside the New York field office at the time. See, this is the thing that's driving a lot of us, insane right now. And by us, I mean people who care about this, people who know that whatever happened at the end of October in 2016 was not above board. People who know that Rudy Giuliani needs to go to prison. People who know that Rudy Giuliani was, taking photographs of himself with Andrei Derkash, who is a Russian operative inside Ukraine, okay, where he went after Trump was president to dig up dirt on Hunter Biden, right? And that picture of him and Andrei Derkash is a Russian asset who was inside of the Ukraine Rada, which is their parliament, their House of Representatives. About Hunter Biden and Burisma and all of this crap. that set America on a course of a collision with each other. That tearing us apart was the goal here, and that it somewhat succeeded, because we're so freaking polarized over the Trump presidency, which was ill-gotten gains, okay? It really was. So we have this indictment now of this guy, Charles McGonigal, who, by the way, was named the special agent in charge of the counterintelligence division for the New York field office back on October 4th, 2016. October 4th, 2016. Comey didn't make the announcement that he was reopening the Hillary email investigation until 11 days before the election on November 4th, I think it was that year. McGonigal was just indicted for being a Russian asset, for taking money from Oleg Deripaska, who is a thug, who is a murderer, who is a Russian oligarch that won the ability to be a Russian oligarch by murdering people in Russia during the Great Metal Wars, as it was called, in order to get the aluminum business in Russia. Rusal, that was the name of his company. That's what Charles McGonigal, the head of the counterintelligence division inside the New York field office, was just indicted for doing. He was literally indicted for helping Oleg Deripaska, I don't know what, launder money, taking money from Oleg Deripaska, who we had sanctions on because we knew that he was a Russian asset involved in American politics, and we knew that because Paul Manafort and Oleg Deripaska were in business together. And of course, Paul Manafort became the Trump campaign chairperson. So last night, I'm looking on Twitter, you know, just to see what everybody's talking about, and I come across a guy I follow, Timothy Snyder. You may know Timothy Snyder. He wrote that pamphlet, and it's a book, but it's very small, and it's on tyranny. It's called. It's on tyranny. It talks about how countries lose their way and fall into fascism. And he's, you know, like a Yale professor who studies this. And he put out a very accessible, very readable, very, you know, doable book about how tyranny unfolds in democracies. What happens? What is the you know, like what are the to look for ahead of losing your democracy? What are the kinds of things that you will see? Well, I was looking at, you know, my Twitter, and of course I follow him, so I get his, right? And he said, you know, in April 2016, I broke the story, this is Timothy Snyder writing, I broke the story of Trump and Putin using Russian open sources. Afterwards, I heard vague intimations that something was awry in the FBI in New York, specifically counterintelligence and cyber. We now have a suggestion as to why. The person who led the relevant section, Charles McGonigal, has just been charged taking money from the Russian Deripaska. Follow this thread to see just how this connects to the victory of Trump, the Russian war in Ukraine, and U.S. national security. And he writes a 20-part thread, and I read through it, and he's nailing, you know, who these people are. He's totally giving you a clear picture of who Oleg Deripaska is, who Paul Manafort is, who Charles McGonigal is, and how they all work together, and it's creeping him out. And so I just sent a tweet in reply, and I said, don't forget Rudy's October surprise, where Anthony Weiner's computer was seized by the New York field office of the FBI, and they sat on it. They sat on it for a month. Somebody actually put it aside and said, even though there was a case officer inside the New York field office who said, listen, I'm seeing 650,000 emails on this. And some of them are from, Huma Abedin to Hillary Clinton. Some are to the Clinton Foundation. Some are to HillaryClinton.com. Some are to Clinton.gmail, whatever. And he said, and I don't want to be the one responsible for sitting on this if there are emails that are responsive to the investigation that's going on. And he was told repeatedly, don't do anything, don't touch it, don't, and we didn't know by whom. Who told him to stand down? Who told him? Well, he got so nervous that he actually forced a meeting, okay, at the highest levels, but the highest level was the assistant director. Remember Mr. Priestap? I don't know if you remember his name or not, but that was as high as he could get. But the director was McGonagall.
High-dollar corporate executives and Wall Street bankers keep telling us that it's lonely at the top. Well, they should try.
Still on I-84. We just passed Mountain Home, Idaho. Well, I guess it's technically still Mountain Home. On the left of the interstate here is the houses. Back a little bit further was more of the town, or at least where some businesses are. Pilot and stuff, it's motels. On the other side of the freeway is a Walmart. Mountain Home, Idaho. Mountain Home. Take me home, Mountain Home. Mountain Mama, take me home, country road.
And would be gunned down a year later. Just look back on Bear Mountain. Like what you hear? Check out more at laborhistoryinstitute.com.
I watched it on TV.
All things Randy at RandyRhodes.com.
Go for launch.
Speaking truth to power, the Randy Rhodes Show.
All right. So listen, this is a crazy unanswered question that has been plaguing at least me and obviously Timothy Snyder and other people who care about what has happened to us and what is about to happen to us again. Because we're about to have another presidential election in just a few months. Now Donald Trump is been cleared. Let's just say to be
a couple of years.
On anything. I mean, if you see him, you can let me know. I don't even know who toils on Facebook anymore. Very few people I know are still toiling on Facebook. We put the live video up there on Facebook for people who still use it. But I haven't posted anything on Facebook except for the homework, which is like an automated thing, in forever. But they're saying that they want Donald Trump to go back on Facebook. The dirty little secret is, okay, and it's a two-parter, that Facebook suspended Donald Trump for 2 years. For 2 years. That it had a beginning and it had an end, the suspension, for inciting violence against Congress, right, for the January 6th insurrection. So he was banned for 2 years, and that 2 years is now over, believe it or not. And so they reinstated him on Facebook. The other dirty little secret of all this, and this is a quick Google search that you can do too, is how much money did Donald Trump spend or cause to be spent with Facebook, with Meta, which wasn't Meta then, it was Facebook. But how much money did Donald Trump actually spend on Facebook, polarizing this country and putting out Russian propaganda talking points? It was like anywhere between $81 and $85 million. I mean, you're talking almost $1 billion, $100 million, not a billion, but $100 million spent on Facebook. And so, do you really think that ahead of the 2024 election cycle, Facebook would not have thought, well, if he runs again, we should put him back on? Same thing with Twitter. You think Elon cares about free speech? Elon doesn't care about free speech. He cares about money. Okay? Corporations don't care about people. They care about money. They care about shareholders. Those are the only people they care about, and they are them. So, I mean, it's ridiculous. So they've reinstated Donald Trump back on Twitter. He hasn't tweeted. You know why? Because he has a contract with Truth Social. He has a contract with his own, business. And I think there's like a 6-hour thing where he has to post first on Truth Social. And also, I will say that there are some limitations to what is allowed on these privately owned platforms, meaning the rules of the road are that you can't be pro-Nazi. You can't talk about, the anti-Semitic, and I know this because, what's his face, that miscreant, that disgusting little man that was in his mother's basement that now has become the leader of the white supremacist movement. He got reinstated on Twitter yesterday. And as soon as he started tweeting, they had to pull his account down too, because he started tweeting, anti-Semitic and hateful crap, and so they had to pull him down too. So anyway, Trump's guardrail is he can't put anything about Q. Can't do the QAnon, conspiracy theories. That's all he does anymore. There's been like 47 different posts on Truth Social lately from him. And all he talks about is QAnon and QAnon conspiracies, and this is like why Marjorie Taylor Greene is having a moment, because it's back. This whole QAnon conspiracy crap is back.
A so-called plane that crashed into the Pentagon. It's odd. There's never any evidence shown for a plane in the Pentagon. There is an Islamic invasion into our government offices right now. How do you get avid gun owners and people that support the Second Amendment to give up their guns? Maybe you accomplish that by performing a mass shooting into a crowd You make them scared. You make them victims, and you change their mindset. Kennedy getting killed in the plane crash. That's another one of those Clinton murders, right? We're talking about who is Q, so I'm going to tell you what he says. According to him, many in our government are actively worshiping Satan, or they call Moloch. Q is saying that they participate in pedophilia and spirit cooking. We already saw there was an email came out of the WikiLeaks emails where Cheryl Knowles, and she told Hillary Clinton in an email that she was going to sacrifice a chicken to Moloch in her backyard. Saudi Arabia, the Rothschilds, and Soros, he says, are the puppet masters that fund this global evil. There's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take this global cable of Satan-worshipping pedophiles out.
Okay, so she's having a moment. Now, this is going to be the person, by the way, who is now the majority whip, basically. She's going to whip people, to vote for crap that she, believes is happening. I mean, she's delusional. But she's also going to be in charge. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Having a conspiracy theorist who believes that there's a ball of satanic pedophilia. I don't know. She's in charge of Homeland Security. A woman who thinks that an insurrection is needed in this country, that it's a 1770s neat moment, America, to overthrow your own government. And also, she's a is now going to lead the subcommittee. She's going to be the chairman. They gave her a gavel. She's going to be the chairman of the subcommittee to look into how Anthony Fauci gave us all COVID. No, seriously. This is the direction that I'm telling you now. There's good 2024 because America is not this crazy. We're not. They are, and all they care about are their primary voters because those are the people that choose who the nominee is, right? And that's all they care about is who the nominee is because once that happens, there's nobody to run against you, right? Once the primaries are done, the nominees are the nominees. Seat for the presidency, and that's all they care about. That's all they're concerned themselves with is who's at the top of the ticket on any of these issues. So that's why that's happening. However, they're inviting Trump back onto social platforms not because they think anything he says is going to comport with their rules of the road. I mean, this guy has promoted QAnon accounts. Donald Trump, he has on Truth Social, he has posted 400 times, and he's getting more about QAnon. 400 times about QAnon and conspiracy theories, and he's getting even more angry, more erratic, and more conspiratorial, and that is why you see the rise of Marjorie Taylor Greene. He feels like this is the lane he needs to be in to win the primaries. Okay? So what could go wrong giving him, but that's why the guardrails are the guardrails. That's why they say, you can post on Facebook because they want his $85 million in ad spending. But you can't post about QAnon and conspiracy theories, and you can't incite violence. Well, what is he going to post then? That's why he hasn't posted. That's why he's not tweeting. That's why he's not meta-ing. Facebooking is not a thing, and it's like it's I don't know. That's why he's not entering the metaverse. I don't know. There you go.
You still call it Facebook.
But I'm telling you right now, we're in for the ride of our lives.
Anybody still there? Anybody still cruising along with me on this little lonely old highway? for mile marker 79. About 20 miles from Boise, Idaho. This is it. This is Idaho. Crazy world we live in. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. Let me go crazy on you. Let me go crazy, crazy. Let me go crazy on you. Oh, 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 oh. I'm gonna go crazy on you. In this crazy world we live in. It's a crazy, 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 riding on the rails of a crazy train. Crazy, 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 so crazy. Simple. Is the picture frozen? It just looks like the same picture to me. I don't think it's moving.
Figures whose accounts are reinstated from suspensions related to civil unrest under our updated protocol. Right? But I also spoke to NBC's Hallie Jackson yesterday.
So I'm not saying everything is perfect, no one is, but we're saying that if you compare it to the circumstances which led to his original suspension, we think the risk to public safety has materially and significantly receded. But that is also the reason why we are introducing those additional guardrails to discourage him from breaking our rules going forward if he chooses to use Facebook and Instagram again.
Facebook and Instagram now. Yeah. So here's something that you may not know. In 2021, after a ruling from its independent oversight board, Facebook announced that Trump's suspension would be lifted after 2 years, external factors permitting. So they said that they would look 2 years later at instances of violence, restrictions on peaceful assembly, and other markers of civil unrest. And then they would decide whether or not Donald Trump still poses a threat to his own country as a former president of the United States. I mean, it's unbelievable. Also, I have to tell you, Twitter stole their thunder. Elon totally outdid, what's his name over there? What's his name?
Zuckerberg?
Facebook.
Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg.
Jesus.
Stole his thunder. Because Twitter, reinstated Trump like, 2 weeks? He hasn't tweeted. He hasn't done anything. But, so that's the scenario. But,
or did he let him do it first to see what kind of reaction there might have been, and then came in behind?
Who? Zuckerberg?
Yeah.
Oh, they want the money. This is all about money. This is all about ads. This is all about spending. This is all about another presidential election, and they're not going to walk away from $85 million being spent in their company's ad. It's all about advertising now. Everything is about advertising, and advertising is like a wholly owned subsidiary of the internets now. I mean, this is why Google was just, the Department of Justice is bringing a suit against Google, because Google is controlling both the buying and the selling of advertising, setting prices for people who, earn money off of advertising, and setting prices for people who place advertising. I mean, the whole system is so bizarre, and it's, so small, the universe in which we toil now. But anyway, we still are sitting here wondering, who's going to give him money to spend $85 million? Like, where is the money going? And now we're starting to see, the inside game. Now we're starting to understand, who wanted Donald Trump to be president. It certainly wasn't, the minority of this country that made Donald Trump president. It was, other interests. It was other money. It was other, agendas that were at work. It was obviously not this country that chose, Donald Trump. It was another country that picked him. It was another country that picked him. And every time there was bad news about him, every time there was like an Access Hollywood or the Steele dossier or anything would come in, they would counter with Anthony Weiner. It's very interesting when you look at the timeline of how this FBI reopening of the investigation into Hillary's emails occurred. The October surprise that Rudy is sitting there on Fox News, saying, oh, I heard from some active agents and from, some former agents inside the FBI. There's a civil war going on there. People really, really hate Hillary Clinton. And they, who was talking to him? Who was giving him this information about what was going on in the New York field office, which is something we never, ever, ever got a definitive answer to. But we do now have an indictment of a guy named Charles McGonigal, who was, the director of the New York field office, the counterintelligence, unit of the New York field office, who would be in charge of emails, who would be in charge of knowing that there were emails on Anthony Weiner's computer, and who would be in charge of the team that was told not to process that computer and find out in October, or find out in September. They got it September 26th was when Anthony Weiner's computer, a warrant to search Anthony Weiner's computer was got by the New York field office. September 26th. And nothing was done. No search was done. Nothing was done. I mean, they were allowed to look at, the titles, but they weren't allowed to do a deep dive. They said, but they saw that there were emails from Anthony Weiner's wife to Hillary Clinton on that computer, and they were told, leave it alone, let it sit, let it lie, don't do anything about it, even though they had an investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails ongoing at the FBI. So I always wondered, who told them not to do anything with Anthony Weiner's computer? Who in counterintelligence, or who, who would be in charge of, anything at the New York field office? Who would tell them not to process that computer? And maybe we know the name now. Maybe we know the answer, because this McGonigal guy was just indicted for conspiring with and working for Russian oligarchs. and getting information through a back channel, an Albanian intelligence officer, about what Russia wanted done. I mean, it's an unbelievable thing when you think about, you know, this game that was played, this game of sitting on a guy's computer, knowing that you know, there's emails on there that may be responsive to an ongoing investigation, but letting it sit there until 11 days before an election, and then threatening to leak it, that there are emails on Anthony Weiner's computer that are from Hillary Clinton, and forcing James Comey to reopen a closed investigation after he found that she had not done anything to jeopardize national security. That there was nothing that she did with the intent to harm or hurt the United States. That there was nothing that was, you know, of national security import, that it would damage the United States on her computer with regard to emails. And he closed the investigation. And they knew that. And they sat on Anthony Weiner's computer knowing that there were emails on there from Hillary Clinton. And they waited and waited and waited and waited. And then they threatened, through Rudy Giuliani, to leak that fact. And they forced Comey to write a letter to Congress saying, listen, there's new information, there's some emails on Anthony Weiner's computer, we haven't processed it, so now I have to reopen the investigation and go process it. I know it's only 11 days, but, and immediately the Republicans, he wrote this letter to Congress, leaked that letter from Comey, which he wrote because he was being threatened with a leak from the FBI.
Dear Naga, we have some bad news. No, not that he... 2 days before that day, a couple of things that I
Oh, it looks like it's moving now. I think it was frozen before. Looks like we're going now, though. You guys hanging with me? Still hanging with me on this I-84 out here in Idaho. Doesn't this make you want to move here? It's beautiful Idaho. There are some actual parts of Idaho that are pretty beautiful. This ain't one of them. So I was thinking I might stop. Oh yeah, so we're right at the Oregon, Idaho state line, right there in Ontario. There's a rest area. I think I'll pull in there, and I'll probably go ahead and end it there. And because then I'm going to be going up to the mountains, and it all there's a lot of buffering up there anyhow through those mountains and those canyons. So we're about an hour away from Ontario. So that's what I'll do. I'll just stop there at that rest area. And I'll end today's show. Speaking of buffering, I think it just disconnected there for a second. But I hope you guys have had fun chatting with each other. I know I am the world's rudest live stream host, because I don't really read your chats, especially when I'm driving. When I'm not driving, I try to, but when I'm driving, pretty much no. Pretty much a no-go.
He hasn't filled out a Foreign Agents Registration Act form or something like that. This can't possibly be much worse than that. And of course it is much, much worse because it extends back into his time as an active duty FBI executive in the largest FBI office in the nation. And so for me, putting my emotions and personal connection aside, the takeaway here is the absolute reach of the Russian government and adversarial intelligence services into our nation and our intelligence community. You can't, and you're correctly doing this, you're matching it correctly to Manafort and the connection, but you can't distance this. Let's remember, the special counsel indicted 24 Russians for messing with our We've got Russians indicted here. This case is, again, a stark reminder that they get up every day trying to hurt us, trying to penetrate our intelligence community, and sometimes they get it right, and they succeed. And it appears, allegedly, that they may have done it here with Charlie McGovern.
This is an amazing story. In a nutshell, it seems as if, the indictment of Charlie McGonigal is with regard to his work for and with a Russian murderer, a Russian oligarch, a guy named Oleg Deripaska, who also hired Paul Manafort back in, the day, right? And Paul Manafort was working for Oleg Deripaska. Paul Manafort was working for Donald Trump. Paul Manafort was the Trump campaign chairperson. Okay, McGonigal suddenly is plucked out of a job and sent to New York on October 4th of 2016, right ahead of the election between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And when he goes to New York, he's given the top job in New York for counterintelligence, okay? And he's the director of the New York field office. Well, everybody in the New York field office who was a party to the Hillary email investigation has been looked at by the Page and McCabe and Priestap and Comey, all of them investigated by the Inspector General, Michael Horowitz, all of them given a clean bill of health saying they weren't doing anything at all with regard to helping or hurting Donald Trump. They were simply looking at Hillary's emails. They were simply, doing an investigation into, her handling of classified information. And then in Huma Abedin, who worked for Clinton's husband, his computer was seized. They got a warrant for his computer because they had heard that he was carrying on online sexual relationships with 15-year-old girls, and he was asking them, to whatever. And so they went and they seized his computer. Well, on his computer were email articles dispatched to go be in charge of that computer, go be in charge of looking into that computer. Obviously, he saw what everyone in that field office saw, and that was emails from Hillary and Huma, and he said sit on it. He must have. He must have told them to just sit on it because no one could figure out why they sat on that information. And then it seems like Comey was told, probably through, watching Rudy on TV saying, hey, we're not done. We're not playing games here. We've got a surprise up our sleeve, an October surprise. We got something, I'm hearing from FBI agents that they are livid, that they are really pissed, that, something's going on with Hillary's emails and they're not able to, and so they understood, Comey understood that there was going to be a leak. There was going to be a leak, and he didn't even know what the leak was about. There was just a lone officer, a lone agent who said, listen, I've been sitting here with Anthony Weiner's computer since September, and I'm not allowed to look in it to tell you what is in these emails, but I do see emails from Huma Abedin and Hillary Clinton. And Rudy now knows, and he's going to leak it. And I don't want to go down for this. And so Comey now has to say, all right, I didn't know, I had no idea. Why he wouldn't know is bizarre. But I will send a letter to Congress telling him that I will have a look at this computer, I will sit. And of course, that's exactly what happened. And the emails that they found were duplicates of emails they'd already looked at. And there was nothing Clyde on Huma Abedin and classified documents on that computer. I mean, none. The number is 0. Bomb 11 days before, and then on November, I think it was the 6th or something, Comey wrote a letter back to Congress telling them, hey, listen, we completed the investigation. We finally got to look. It only took them a couple of days to run, a search and figure out that they were all duplicates of things they had already seen, and that none of the documents on Anthony Weiner's computer between Huma and Hillary classified, 0 of them were. And there was nothing here. There was nothing at all. But any sense of urgency of the letter that he wrote to say case closed was drained away. It was gone. Nobody paid any attention to Comey's closing of the investigation. And Hillary lost the election. And, it was October 7th. There was Access Hollywood tape. Everybody stopped talking about it. I mean, this was such a scam. This was such a operation. Roger Stone was coordinating the drops of WikiLeaks documents that the Russians had hacked. Don't forget how WikiLeaks or Julian Assange, that some of you like to defend him. I don't know why. Honestly, I don't know why. But there's this whole... Assange was coordinating the hacked materials that he got from the Russians, that the Russians took. The DNC was hacked. The Democratic National Committee was hacked. And it was hacked by Russians. And 12 of them were indicted for doing that, okay? And so he got the hacked materials, and he kept them at WikiLeaks. And every time Roger Stone would call him and tell him things are getting difficult for Donald Trump, we need to dump more documents, or you need to, release another batch of thousands of emails, Assange would do it. And it was all a distraction because there was nothing in those emails that WikiLeaks was dropping from the DNC that was, criminal. Yes, Debbie Wasserman Schultz wasn't fond of Bernie Sanders, and there was some intramural fighting and blah, blah, blah. But there was nothing. There was nothing. So the Russians hacked the DNC. Assange gets the hacked materials. Roger Stone coordinates the release of these materials every time there's difficult news.
Dang it.
It was such an operation to destroy, our ability to orient ourselves as to whether or not Donald Trump was a legitimate person to be president of the United States, and he was one subsidiary of Vladimir Putin. There is no question about it, okay? None whatsoever. And after all this was said and done, we put sanctions on Russia. Why did we put sanctions on Russia? We put sanctions on Russia because Russia interfered in our election. And at the very serious level of what to do about it, sanctions were placed on Russia. And sanctions were placed on Oleg Deripaska. But Oleg Deripaska had a friend in the United States, in the FBI. This guy McGonigal. And Oleg Deripaska wanted to be able to operate in the United States. And in order to do that, he had to get the sanctions removed.
I hate Facebook. This is on Facebook, and it keeps going out.
In an aluminum smelting plant in Kentucky. And when he offered Mitch McConnell the chance to, he said, I'll invest $200 million in Kentucky. And I'll help build $1 million into it. But I need you guys to vote to remove the sanctions from Russia. And it happened. There was a House vote and there was a Senate vote. And Ron Paul and Mitch McConnell from Kentucky, they voted to remove. And the plant never got built. It never did. This.
911, what's your emergency?
America's healthcare system is broken, and people are...
Boy, those coughs come through loud and clear, don't they? Here's a new Topgolf they just built out here. This one's only a 2-story one. I've seen 3-story ones. That one in Vegas that we played at, I think that's a 3-story one. I don't remember. So traffic wasn't too bad so far through Boise. This is Boise, by the way. I'm trying to say it how the locals say it. They say Boise. They don't say Boise. They say Boise or some crap. Boise. Oh hell! I'm just gonna say it the way I say it. Boise. They say Boise or Boise. I don't know. Sometimes locals can just get weird with their pronunciations. But I still stand by Nevada as being Nevada, not Nevada. For Christ's sakes. So we got 44 miles to the state line. And right past, then we'll cross the Snake River again. I think that's Snake River, yeah. Pretty sure. And then right there is the rest area. And I'll pull in. And I'll shut this thing down today. Yeah, so this is mile marker 44 we just passed. So probably 44 and a half miles to the rest area. or even less. 44 and a quarter. Boy. Now we're coming up on Nampa, Idaho. PA, Nampa. sign said Napa city limit. So I guess we're in Napa. I'm still about 4 hours away from Hermiston. Cough, cough, cough. That's all I ever do. Just got a little bit of an itchy, scratchy throat, I guess. And it makes you cough somehow. It's kind of a funky camper. Funky cola demon. Gonna get funky. Oh. Funky. Time to get funky. Uh-huh. Here goes the red truck. Oh, it's Swifty. Old Swifty McPherson. Hey there, Swifty. Think you're a hot shot, don't you? Hot shotting around me like that. Oh, why you put the brakes on, Swifty? Oh, he wants to come. Oh, we're losing that. He's losing that lane. All right. I got you. I got it. I see. See what's going on. Sign said 34 miles to Ontario. Sign says it's 55. Take it on down. Taking it down. Signs, signs everywhere, signs. Do this, don't do that. Yep. Signs, signs everywhere, signs. Do this, don't do that. Can't you read the sign? Franklin Road. So tomorrow's Friday already. This week went by pretty fast. No payday for me, because I didn't work last week. So I got no pay coming. No pay for you. Can't you read the signs? geodesic domes. It's for sale. That was originally, I don't know what it was, but then it became a church or something, I think. And now it's for sale. Bumpity bump 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 bump. Bumpity 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 bump bumpity bumpity bumpity. Bump 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 bump. Signs, signs everywhere, signs. Everywhere I look, there's a sign. Say, do this, don't do that. Can't you read the sign? Signs, signs everywhere, signs. Shaky cam, you got yourself a shaky cam. Oh, shaky cam, oh, shaky cam. We really love you, shaky cam. Oh, shaky cam, oh, shaky cam. You really are a shaky cam. Oh, won't you shake to the left? Oh, won't you shake to the right? Oh, shaky cam, oh, shaky cam. You shaky, 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 shaky. That's my little ditty. I just made up. Oh, shaky cam, oh, shaky cam. Alright, I stole the tune from Old Christmas Tree or whatever. So sue me. Who's got the shaky cam? I got the shaky cam. You can have a shaky cam too. Ba-dum boom. Ba-dum boom 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 boom. Yeah. 26 miles to Ontario, 100 miles to Baker City. Baker City, here I come. Right back where I started from. Well, not really. Old Baker City, old Baker City. Going on down to Baker City. Old Baker City. Where you been, old Baker City? Again, old Baker City. Where you been, old Baker City? Baker City, USA. Baker City. Baker City, USA. Go to Baker City. Baker City, USA. They got the hottest little girls out of Baker City. Baker City, USA. Everybody, come on, everybody, do the Watusi. Oh yeah, do the Watusi. Well, come on, baby, I do the twist. Come on, baby. Twist. Remember all those dance songs? Well, there's two, the Watusi and the Twist. And the Hokey Pokey. Don't forget about the Hokey Pokey. Hokey Pokey. Oh yeah. Baby, let's do the twist. I see a shaky cam, I see a shaky cam. I'm looking at my shaky cam. Hey, what are you doing, John? Oh, I'm just looking at my shaky cam. Oh, alright. Whatever. Oh, God. Gag me the spoon. Valley girl. Such a valley girl. It just shakes, rattles, rolls. So right now I've just had my finger rested up against the side of the thing here, and it's not too bad. But I'm gonna let it, as soon as I let it go, it's just like meh. It's like it's setting on a washing machine or something. It's just crazy. Crazy for you. I'm crazy. Oh, back to the crazy thing. Back to the old crazy thing. Here we go now. Here we go now. 17 miles to Ontario, 91 miles to Baker City. Baker City. That's right, Baker City. That's where all the bakers hang out. Oh, I didn't know that. Yep, that's where the bakers live. Up there in Baker City. Alright, if you say so. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, it's mile marker 15, or 15 miles from the Idaho-Oregon state line. Just coming out of Boise, going over to Ontario, Oregon, that is. I hope you've all had an enjoyable day. Watching this highway. Life is a highway. I want to ride it all night long. Life is a highway. I'm gonna ride it all night long. I might just get me a hotel room tonight at the Best Western. I don't know. I probably shouldn't. Probably just sleep in the truck. Save me some money. But this is the place where the Best Western is like right across, well, right down the street, about a half a mile or a quarter of a mile, whatever it is, from the Walmart, DC. Last time I was there, I ended up staying there like 3 or 4 nights, I guess, because there was no loads. But at least with this one here, I do have a load all lined up. I'll just go pick it up tomorrow over there in Vancouver. Which is right across the state line here from Portland, Oregon, and then Vancouver, Washington. Just right there across the river there. The Columbia River. Columbia! Yes, Columbia. I said it correctly. so you know, I hate it. But I know could be worse things. So I just want to complain too much. Maybe just a little. Just a little bit I shall complain, but not a lot, not obsessively. Or excessively. Just a teensy, eensy, weensy little bit I shall complain. I shall complain. This is what happens when if I'm not listening to the radio or talk show. I start to get a little stir crazy. And then I just start riffing and doing weird voices. All kinds of shit, man. I mean, you should see me at... If I've gone 2 or 3 hours without being able to listen to something, it's like a complete, like, insane asylum in here. Up in this bitch. I tell ya. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. Please stop shaking. Please. Please stop it. Please stop the shaking. I'll put my hand right there. See, if I put my hand there, I'm really going to stop shaking. But the thing is, I can't just drive all day with my hand right there. Now, if I had something, perhaps, that I could wedge between the bottom of this thing that stick the camera in, the phone in, and the dashboard, then that might do the trick. But the thing is what can I put in there? What can I wedge in there? I need something about. It's only about an inch and a half. I don't know. Gap. Either that or. Yeah, but see, the thing is that it's. I could try to put the phone in the thing first before I even put the suction cup on the windshield, and then try to just go from there. I'm just thinking out loud. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just thinking out loud about how to maybe solve this shaky cam problem. And you know what that means? When I started thinking about that, that means impromptu live stream or love stream. Because then I got to check it out. I got to see if my thing that I'm thinking about works. You know, it could be an impromptu live stream in your future there. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow. Oh, I don't know if you guys can see this. Let's see. On the right-hand side, I don't think we passed it yet. There are some houses. You know, they're just like white house and tan or whatever. But then this one house is black. Have you ever seen a black house? And I think it looks really ugly. And I bet you all the neighbors are like, why did that person... see, you can't really see it. It's going to be... kind of tan and gray, beige or whatever. And they painted theirs black, all black. I think that's a horrible color for a house. And that's the proof of it, because it looked like shit. And they were kind of like new houses. I mean, they've been there for like, probably 10 years or whatever, I don't know, 5, 10 years. And then good luck ever trying to repaint that. How do you paint over black? I mean, I think it might be really, really hard. I mean, like how much primer do you have to use? Okay, I think we're coming up on mile marker 3, because this is exit 3 coming up, I think. If I recall, if I recollect. So here's exit 3, which means we're pretty close to mile marker 3, which means we're only about 3 1/4 miles from the rest area that I'm going to pull over in and shut this baby down. Oh yeah. Shut it down. Shut it down. In the eternal words of Brian Cox in one of those Jason Bourne movies, shut it down. Shut it down. Sounds rather suggestive. Or something like that. It's not shaking right now because I'm holding the thing. I'm putting, like I'm holding underneath the little. So it's perfect now, right? If only it could just always be that way. See, this is the way I want it right here. This is the way I want it. This is the way I've got it. This is the way I want it. This is the way I've got it. This is the way I want it. This is the way I've got it. So there's that. Okay, we're almost there. Almost to the rest area. Right across this bridge. And I believe this is the Snake River. I don't, usually there's a sign that'll say like Snake River or whatever, but I don't see it on the sign. But I'm pretty sure this is Snake River. Welcome to Oregon. Now go home. Here we go. Rest area. Exit 378. So we're about 378 miles to Portland, basically, in a nutshell. Boating station. You must get your boats inspected. Is this a lane? Oh hell, what have I done? I should have parked in there, but it had remnants of some sort of writing. Like, I thought maybe it said, like, you know, don't park here. Wow, look at this dude. He's like really kind of blocking the thing. I guess I'll just park here. Sometimes these rest areas really aren't designed very well for big trucks. I mean, they make it really tight. Especially in Oregon, I've noticed. I think Oregon don't know what they're doing when they design the rest areas for big trucks. All right, guys and gals, and guys and gals. Guys and gals, here we are. Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm going to shut her on down. So, just want to say a quick thank you. What time we got here? It's 2:42 Pacific time, 3:42 right here, because I'm still in the Mountain Time zone. See, I keep putting my fingers in the way. And I'm sorry I haven't, seen the chat. Looks like you're talking about dog food from Dark Santos and things of this nature. Things of this particular nature. Right now we got 7 in here and 13 thumbs ups. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Jolie, for hanging in there. I guess you're still in there, maybe. Hopefully. I don't know. I don't see you. Maybe Jolie is doing stuff. But Dark Santos and Aaron and Kenneth Otto and let's see, Bill Deacon, everybody, thanks for being here today, hanging out with me and going for that long ass ride. I still got about probably close to 4 hours, 3-4 hours. So I'll be getting in there tonight, this evening, drop this load, and then tomorrow morning I'll get up and head on over to Vancouver, pick up a load there, and come right straight back, because I'm going to go right back over to Salt Lake City. Or actually, it's West Valley City, but no one knows West Valley City, but you all know Salt Lake City, right? So that's where I'll be going. And here's the nice little rest area that I'm at right here at the Oregon-Idaho state line, right next to Ontario, Oregon. That's where I be. So I'm gonna let you guys go. Probably, well, I'm not gonna be chatting, but several of us, I'm sure, will be going over and listening to Hal and Sparks and stuff. I guess he's coming on. Oh, you know what? Wait, what time is it? Well, that's right. So you still actually have over an hour, huh? Because he starts at 4 o'clock Pacific time today. But anyhow, just know I'll be listening. I'll be in there. We might do an impromptu because I might try something that I was thinking about trying. I don't know if it's going to work though. I don't know. But just keep the notifications on, or keep your eyes open, keep your eyes peeled, and see if I'm on there, and we can hang out some more. So yeah, Wes says an hour and 12 minutes, and Aaron West says, thanks, John. Well, thank you. Thank all of you guys for being here. I really do appreciate it. I'm sure you guys have all hit the thumbs up and, subscribe. Just make sure, I don't know, maybe hit the share button. Just share it. Just put it out. Put the show out so we can continue to grow. And Okay. Dark Santos says, my phone and Jolie both tell me that you are on. Okay. Very good. Very good. Thank you very much. All right, guys. That's it. I'm just going to get back on the road here. Like I said, I'm going through some mountains and canyons where it always just it's going to start doing a lot of buffering and disconnecting and all that kind of stuff. So might as well just end it right here. And like I said, maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Some way, somewhere, somehow. All right. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Shut it down. Shut it down.